was my intro.
So today we're going to be talking about some anime characters I hate and love, and as well as Hitsugai over here. By the way, if you couldn't tell, it's
Hi.
Sapphire. Welcome to Tuilpa Talk. I guess that's my intro. Oh god.
One of these days, I'm gonna make you an intro animation.
Oh, you should make a Sarge one too.
Well, of course.
Anyway, so right before we get into today's topic, I'd like to kind of explain where the fuck I've been and why a Tuilpa Talk hasn't been posted. I've been working on a new series and an idea for a series that Sarge wants to do, and I guess I'm doing one too, but well, it's kind of a spin on Draw My Life. It's like Build My Life, mainly because we suck ass at drawing. Drawing? No alcohol has been consumed in the making of this video.
Only brain cells.
Shut up, you.
But to be fair, I don't think we have a lot of those left after this year.
So, we're just gonna kind of rant about some of our loved and hated anime characters. Enjoy! And I'll let Miss Hitsugai go first, since she is the guest.
I'm gonna start with an obvious one that if you guys haven't figured out, I'm very disappointed in all of your life decisions and choices leading up to this point.
Hey there, boss.
Boshiro Hitsugaya.
I wonder...
So, where to start?
He's short.
Yeah, but he's also still technically a kid by the standards of the Soul Society. Though he is several hundred years old, he is still technically a child and is still growing.
I just wanted to say he's short.
Yeah, unless you want to get to post-time skip where he, his Bankai allows him to, turn into his adult
Form?
and yeah, his adult form, and he is delicious. But anyway, no, that's not. I don't
Things
like him
Hitsugaya wants to eat. Ramen. Crab cakes and Hitsugaya.
I'm kind of iffy about crab cakes. So, how should I put this? I don't like him because of his strength, and I don't necessarily like him because of his, I'll be honest, his cool exterior where he seems like he doesn't give a shit about anyone or anything. But if you look closer, you notice that he absolutely does. No, I think he's cool because he's the youngest captain ever in history of an organization that has not been around. I mean, it hasn't been around for that long, so it's kind of like not too hard to be the youngest member. But at the same point, he... I don't know, how should I put this? In the Soul Society, there are several very capable, very strong people. Rukia, I'm not looking at you.
Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna throw some shade.
Shots fired.
Yeah. But then there are people who are a lot stronger than others want to give them credit for. And Toshiro is definitely one of those, but he's also not one of the, oh, I'm gonna show off my strength and blah blah blah, because he doesn't need to. and he tries very hard to make decisions that save, you know, to keep his men safe. And for someone of his age, he has a lot more going on than most of the other captains, and I don't feel like he gets enough recognition for that. And he is mature way past his age, his age because of that. And with the shots fired at Rukia, that leads me into one of my most hated anime characters of all time, and that's Rukia, because...
Hold up. You know the procedure. Evacuation, code Hetsugaya.
Because Rukia has zero redeeming qualities whatsoever. Her own child is a piece of shit that bullies Ichigo's child for no apparent reason whatsoever, other than, well, I'm better than you because I'm in the pilot program to become a young Soul Reaper, because they have like this new pilot program at the Soul Reaper Academy where children who are very young that show potential of having a strong enough spiritual pressure, or are children of you know, people in the 13 court guard squads, are allowed to attend and learn. He basically uses it to be an asshole, and the whole time he's like, oh, well, you know, my mom's a captain and my dad's a captain, so I'm obviously better than you. First and foremost, your mom's a shit captain. Alright, and only became captain because people took pity on her, and even as a captain, she tries to look cool and act cool with like her new haircut and her new I don't give a shit attitude and all of that, but like, she's still the weakest character to ever exist.
I'm gonna just say this, with as many ass poundings as she takes, you might want to just go ahead and throw a Brazzers tab up there.
Yeah. The number of ass poundings that she has had to do anymore would be like throwing a pencil into a hallway.
I don't particularly
think that joke
hate...
went way above your head, the one I was trying to make, but okay.
You were talking about a pencil in a hallway for a minute there.
That's not what I was... Okay. I forget that you is innocent flower. How do I put this a different way? She's been fucked in the ass so many times that continuance to do so is like throwing a pencil in a hallway.
Oh. Yeah, probably. Sarge. So, little side tangent about being a Tuilpa, which will probably record that video.
Yeah, we're gonna have to re-record that video for anyone who's interested.
You want to just do it right after this one so we can actually record it?
Maybe.
Anyway.
Because my computer deleted it.
So, part of being a Tuilpa is when you're in control. If you're a Tuilpa that is a high enough phase and you're strong enough to actually take control, if your host allows you, your host can go into, people call it different things, I call it the astral plane. It's like the easiest way for me just to tell people where, you know, a Tuilpa or a Tuilpa host is. And Sarge is actually in the astral plane, and he's just face-palming at this whole video.
I mean, fair. You gave me license to bash Rukia while simultaneously giving praise to our Lord and Savior, so, you know, you should have seen this coming.
I did.
Orihime is my second most hated character in Bleach, purely because I feel like the writers forgot the potential that she could have had, because her powers, literally, she doesn't heal Ichigo. She sends his body back in time to a time when it wasn't actually injured. Do you know how broken and OP that could have been?
Wait a minute. So her thing isn't healing.
It's kind of healing. So if you watch the entirety of the Arrancar and the arc when Ichigo is training with his mask with the old people from the court guard squads who were used and turned into hollows like Ichigo is, one of the guys has a similar ability that Orihime does. So Orihime goes to him to try and get her one attack fairy thing healed. And he goes, well, your powers are very similar to mine, and I don't believe that when you heal people, you're actually healing them. I think you're, in fact, putting them into a different time when they weren't healed, and your little healing bubble that she does is actually time manipulation. And if she had been given the opportunity to actually, work on that and make that stronger, and train with someone who wasn't Rukia and actually train with this guy who knew what he was doing, she had such a potential to be one of the most badass OP characters forever. And even take away the fact that, okay, yeah, she's not a warrior. She wants to be, but she doesn't necessarily have the mental constitution for it. And I agree with that. She's like the Hinata character of Bleach. So much wasted potential to the point where it's sad. Had she been given the proper training, had she been given the proper opportunities, and in Orihime's case and not Hinata's, had she not been so gung-ho and following Ichigo's every step and being like, oh, Ichigo is so cute, oh, Ichigo is so hot, oh, Ichigo, I've been kidnapped again. She probably could kick Ichigo's ass.
Your Orihime's in another castle. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Like, if given the ample opportunity, she probably could have become stronger than Ichigo.
And I'm going to go ahead and kind of step in, and I want to talk about one of my most hated anime characters. This is an anime character from, well, it's from the Naruto series, and I'm probably gonna be raked over the coals for this one. And I'll explain why I don't. Hate's a strong word. I don't really hate any anime, well, except for two. But hate's a strong word for this guy, and it's the second Hokage from Naruto.
Isn't he the younger brother of the first?
I think so. I know he's a Senju.
Yeah, he is the younger brother of the first.
He doesn't. I'm sorry. Either I am holding him to way too high of standards, or he's just not a very strong Hokage. And while
first Hokage and one of the Uchiha was actually literally able to end an entire ninja war. And the only reason that an Uchiha wasn't the second Hokage was because the family was like, Uchiha, strong, me no likey.
Now, people are gonna tell me that he's a wise Hokage who invented the Rajan Thunder God technique. Okay, that may very well be true, but
intelligence only gets you but so far in my book.
Minato did it better.
Fuck.
In fact, not only did Minato do it better, Minato proved that if you master that technique, you could be a nightmare to utterly deal with. Not only was he able to fight Obito while he had the Mangekyo Sharingan, not only was he able to deal with an ability he never seen before, he was able to do that all and still have enough time to get to the village to try to save it. And in fact did save it. Meanwhile,
Minato is second best Hokage changed my mind.
Meanwhile, I'm sorry to say, I can't really think of anything Tobirama did that made the village outstandingly better. I can't think of any time where he really put his own ass on the line
Wasn't
simply
he
for the
also a
village.
gambler? Because isn't he Lady Tsunade's grandfather?
I think so. Yeah. But we can't really hold that against him without holding that against Tsunade, and I don't.
Actually, Lady Tsunade, for the most part, stopped gambling when she became Hokage. I say for the most part because there's still the occasional.
But now, why do I not like him? He's literally the character that comes closest to me hating in Naruto that isn't considered a villain. And the only reason Orochimaru ranks higher than him is because his whole skill set to me is just gross. I'm not a fan of snakes.
Orochimaru's skill set?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of snakes.
I like snakes. I just don't like how he uses them.
But anyway, so one of the main important things that you're gonna have to know about my disdain for this character is yeah, he's boring. The funniest thing I have about this dude is the memes about him not liking Uchiha.
Although I do have to say there is one meme about him with Uchiha that I do find hilarious.
Oh? And what's that?
So it had like Sasuke, I'm going to destroy the Hidden Leaf Village. Madara, I'm going to destroy the world. Toby, fuck Kakashi, because of him, I'm going to destroy the Hidden Leaf Village. And below it just had him with like the dude that goes aliens. It just had him going Uchihas.
And he's also, speaking of that, he's also kind of racist in a way. Like, he really hates Uchiha.
Yeah, like in my opinion, he is partially part of the reason why Sasuke's dad decided to have an uprising. Because of him, the Uchihas was not trusted, and that's, in my opinion, why all the village elders went, we should probably keep an eye on these fuckers, because the second Hokage did not like them.
And okay. I am going to say this with a bated breath because I am going to say this in the same kind of thing I would say in defense of Slytherin. Few bad apples doesn't actually ruin the bunch.
Exactly. Look at Peter Pettigrew. Everyone's like, oh, every single Gryffindor is the best person ever. Bitch, Peter fucking Pettigrew. Literally the reason that Harry's parents are dead.
But anyway, and I hate to say it, but he's also by far the weakest Hokage.
Yeah.
He got taken out by, if memory serves, what are they, Uraka and something brothers?
I have no idea.
But essentially, strong Jonin, yeah, but still Jonin.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I can't see putting any other Hokage.
I could see Lady Tsunade just kind of laughing because regeneration jutsu, bitch.
And her monster strength.
That too.
Yeah, but I can't see any other Hokage losing to these guys. Hell, there aren't many Kage I could see losing to them.
Can we talk
And
about the little short guy with particle jutsu? I fucking love him. He is my goals when I become old.
and since we're going about this, and I don't want to give away my number one right now, even though y'all already know it.
I already gave away my number one. I don't give a fuck.
My favorite Kage is the fourth. If you couldn't tell, followed closely by the third. He was cool.
I love Lady Tsunade. Lord Third is everyone's grandfather, and I fucking loved it. Lord Third to me is what a Kage should be. Lord Third, along with Lady Tsunade, Lord Third is like, and I feel like he was a huge inspiration for Naruto as a Kage as well, because Naruto does use a lot of his ideals of this entire village is now my family. I will protect my family till death.
And people try to say that he's super weak.
I'm sorry, can you summon a monkey that can turn into a giant ass bow staff and fucking kick your ass and has weird extendo arms? No, I didn't think so. Sit the fuck down.
Not only that, can we talk about how he fought Orochimaru, who isn't one of the three legendary Sannin, and two reanimated Kage, and still pretty much won that fight?
Yeah. Because let's be real, yeah, he died, but he made it so that Orochimaru could not summon or could not use any jutsu until he got a new body. Like, and on top of that, he used the Reaper Death Seal on 3 people. Most people pass out and succumb to the seal after 1. Can we talk about that for a second?
Y'all ain't ready to have that discussion.
My boy used the Reaper Death Seal on 2 Kage and sealed away. Yeah, he failed to use it on Orochimaru, but keep in mind, he used it on 2 Kage prior. And then he managed to seal away the arms so that he couldn't use any kind of jutsu. Like, I don't care if he died after that, but I do care. I loved him and I cried a lot. But he still won that fight, in my opinion. Because he got to look down at Orochimaru from the afterlife and be like, bitch.
That reminds me of a meme I like. Curse you, Sarutobi. One day, I will get my revenge. Cuts out to, Orochimaru on the toilet. Kabuto! I'm done!
Oh. Kabuto! Help!
But in a way, what he did is because Orochimaru was obsessed with jutsu, he took that away from him.
Which is the biggest fuck you that I think anyone could have given in that instance. Like, oh, you're doing all of this because you want power and you want jutsu? Cool! No. What? No. What? No.
And also, it was going to be really hard for Kabuto to get, or not Kabuto, for Orochimaru to get a new body when he couldn't cast the reanimation jutsu.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say impossible, because the fucker did end up surviving.
Yeah. And Sarutobi Sensei just basically went, yeah, you see that? No. He basically looked at his former student, did the big dad sigh, and was like, alright, no more jutsu for you. You're grounded.
And keep in mind, Orochimaru isn't exactly what I would call an easy person to eliminate from a battle.
No.
Though he isn't very strong, I would say that I could see characters like Itachi taking him down. Anyone stronger than Itachi
Shit,
would.
Sasuke took him down. In 2
Anyone,
moves.
anyone stronger than Itachi would rock his shit.
Yeah.
Like, let's be real. If that was the 4th Hokage standing there instead of the 3rd.
And I only say that Tsunade would have had a better time than
Well, you know what?
Sarutobi Sensei because Tsunade's younger. Had this been a younger Sarutobi Sensei,
Oh, he would have rocked his shit. It would have been over.
Yeah, like his shit would have been rocked. Like it would have done.
Like, I don't know if y'all know this, but you've been sleeping on Sarutobi. He was literally, wasn't he called like the god of shinobi?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, no, he Sarge is like, imagine you have to live after the death screen and all you hear is play of the game and you see Sarutobi.
Yeah.
Cause let's be real, my dude got play.
Yeah.
My dude. But this does kind of lead into my number 1. I wonder...
Wait, do I not get another favorite?
Oh, sure, go ahead. Sorry, I ranted about a lot there.
Hit. L from Death Note. L is the cockiest, most, I don't want to say conceited, but L is the cockiest, most self-absorbed person that you'll ever meet in your life. However, he will dunk on you with the most intelligent, sassy-ass comebacks, and I fucking love it. Like, there's no way L could know that I am in fact Kira. L, 5 seconds after meeting Light. He's Kira. And I'm going to prove it.
Now, unfortunately and fortunately, I have a lot and a little bit to say about my number 1 hero.
We're gonna talk about our first most hated character in the show that this is from.
I want to talk about him first.
Okay.
Why Toshinari Yagi, or All Might, is my favorite, has a lot to do with what he did in the show, but more to do with what he did for me. I saw him not only as like this fake anime character, because unfortunately that's what he is. We need an All Might in this world. Hell, we could use 5.
Yeah.
He gave me hope about maybe someday I could do something that I would end up loving. And ironically, that kind of pushed me forward into loving the anime as a whole. Now, of course, one of my favorite moments was the USJ. I mean, let's be real, who's dissing the USJ? But like how he was fighting Namu on a separate occasion. If I'm remembering it wrong, please do correct me.
Mm-hmm.
Got big junk.
I love how he fights. I just do. I love the kind of outrider boxing style he does, which I did a little bit of research on. I did a lot of research on All Might. I'm not getting into the whole thing. But
I will say, one of the reasons why All Might is one of my all-time favorite characters from My Hero is because, to me, one of my biggest pet peeves that I have for a lot of, like, superhero animes and comic books and manga and stuff like that is that if the heroes lose or if they fail to save someone, they automatically are like, oh, well, we're trash. Like, they, in their mind, they have to be on it 24/7, 365. But then you have All Might, who... Now, at this point, I did like All Might. But this point was make it or break it for me. It was before the season had come out. It was before the second season had come out. But I was
I'm on the
reading
clock.
manga.
What you want? Some wheels?
And it was spoiler alerts for anyone who hasn't watched
I'll
season
get there
2
as soon
or
as I
doesn't
can.
read the manga.
Spoiler warning, spoiler warning. Hoot, hoot, put it on mute.
When Deku was confronted by Shigaraki in the mall and was talking to the police afterwards, he asked All Might a question, and that question is, have you ever failed to save someone? Now, the normal answer that you get from heroes in comic books and manga and everything normally is, of course not. I would never fail to save someone. And that always kind of shatters the illusion for me because no one is perfect. The answer that Toshinari gave is what cemented me creating an OC for him, and that answer was, of course I have. I'm not saving someone right now. I'm only human. There's only so much that I can do. I cannot be everywhere at once. I cannot save everyone all the time. And that right there cemented my love for him because he realizes and he brings to light that he is in fact only human. Yes, he has been blessed with this great power. Yes, he has been blessed with the ability to be an amazing hero. He's still only human.
And I'd like to add to that because when he said that, now, I of course have done both read the manga and watch the anime.
I'm like 4 manga books behind. I have them sitting on my shelf. I haven't read them yet.
I'm like 3, don't worry about it. I actually was very depressed when I first kind of became Phase 3 because I thought that I was nothing more than a burden, that I couldn't live up to these expectations like Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Catgirl, Supergirl, all of them. And the reason why I put myself to that high of a standard is because, like it or not, whether Sarge wanted me or not, I was here. And I took up space in his head. And that did kind of hurt because even if he repressed me and ignored me, it was still gonna make life much harder. Mm-hmm. So I had to be someone useful. And I didn't think I was. And that moment when he's talking to Deku, I kind of imagined he was also talking to me, which is silly, I know. But it gave me hope that I could improve. And I would like to say the Sapphire I was back then is a much different person than I am now. While, yes, I love the fights, yes, I love the lore and the story, All Might represents hope to me. He represents inspiration. And there's nothing and no one that can take that away. Because, well, it's already been given to me. Sorry that got a little heavy. Now to lighten the mood, let's trash on a character that everyone should hate.
Nanetta is a piece of shit. And before any of you start telling me, oh no, I need to give this disclaimer, warning, it's Hitsugaya rant time. Before any of you fucking sit there and tell me that, oh, you only hate him because he's a pervert and da-da-da, but you like all these other pervert characters, because I'll freely admit, I love Krillin, Sanji, Oh, please help me on his name. Meliodas. What other little pervert pop figures do I have sitting around here, real quick? Kakashi.
Who everyone says isn't a perv but reads porn in public.
He read 50 Shades of Grey in public before it was cool. Okay, go fuck yourself. He's a pervert. And I fucking love him. Alright. Denki.
Can I, before we really get into ripping Mineta new asshole, can I say a small disclaimer as well?
Mm-hmm.
I don't honestly mind if someone's a pervert so long as it's in check.
Yeah.
Because, let's be real, we all have that moment where you look at someone and be like, damn, okay, yeah, that.
Yeah.
And that's just human biology. But there's a way to act on it and a way not to. And Mineta chooses the worst way every single time without fail.
Yeah. So, yes, let's dive into this, shall we?
Oh, can we talk about... Oh, wait, no, that's later on in the series. Let's start at the beginning.
I will fully 1010% admit that, yes, I do like some pervy characters. And, I have already listed them. But let's get into this, shall we? For those of you who are gonna say, oh, but you like Sanji and he's known as the pervy cook. Sanji has such a high regard for women that he more than once has almost died because he refuses to hit a woman. He would not, under any circumstances whatsoever, force himself upon a woman or do anything that could be in any way, shape, or form misconstrued in a way that would hurt a woman. He has defended women that he didn't even know from guys that are trying to hassle them, heckle them, take advantage of them, catcall them. He finds all of that stuff absolutely 1010% deplorable.
And
all right.
I'm sure if a girl walked up to Sanji and said, I'm lost, I need directions, he isn't going to, take that moment and be like, oh, well, haha, but he's going to be like, oh, where are you trying to go?
He has done that, actually. A little girl walked up to him, and here's another thing. For Sanji, it doesn't matter what you look like, what race you are, or anything. He will still, if you are a woman, protect you. To the point where even when his shadow was ripped from his body and put in a zombie, even his zombie, like his shadow that was controlling the zombie, was still so much like him, and it's so drilled into every single fiber of his being that even his zombie form would not attack a female. But even his zombie form, which was trying to attack the Straw Hats, protected Nami. And you could say, oh, it's because he is in love with Nami, and na. And no, it's not. He literally said, I don't know who you are, but I will not, to Nami, I don't know who you are, but I'm not going to let anybody hurt a woman. He has been known to defend women who are technically their enemies from someone who is trying to kill them. Alright?
Mind you, it would be advantageous of him not to be doing this.
Yeah.
Because I don't consider... I'm not saying he's a weak fighter, I'm just saying in the grand scheme of things, I don't see him as a top-tier fighter. He's pretty good, but it's also not the point.
You're also not where I am. If you knew him where I am, you'd be like, oh shit, I take that back, never mind. But you're not where I am, so that's okay.
I just don't see him as a top-tier fighter for a whole other reason.
Oh.
And it's the very reason we're saying that he has such an amazing character, because he does.
Mm-hmm.
Let me preference what we're about to say about Mineta, because I'm sure we both feel the same. By saying, if you like Mineta, No, you know what? Just go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
My video, my
And
rules.
for those of you who no doubt heard me say I like Meliodas, and for those of you who are going to understandably use the argument of, well, Meliodas is all the time grabbing Elizabeth's boobs, sit down, shut the fuck up, and listen to me. He only does that to Elizabeth. And you want to know why he does that to Elizabeth? Because Elizabeth is the reincarnation of the love of his life. He keeps, because of the goddesses decided to look upon him, and because he is technically from the demon race who is trying to change himself, the goddesses are like, oh, no, you're not allowed to change yourself. And placed a curse on Elizabeth, the one person that is the reason he left the demon race, the reason that he left the 10 commandments, the reason that he started helping the humans, the goddesses decided to look upon this, and instead of praising this individual for being able to change the heart and the mind of the arguably the worst of the demon born, they punish her by making her lose her memories, by taking away her powers and locking it away in her eye, by making him, every time he dies, be brought back to life and lose a little bit of himself, by forcing her and him to find each other over and over and over and over and over again. This is literally the love of his life that he has been with for centuries. And she is literally the only person he does that to.
And
the only one.
Before people say, well, I don't care, it's not right.
If she were to ask him to stop, he would have.
Also, spoiler warning, husbands and wives get kind of grabby with each other sometimes.
Yep.
And
they've been married countless times.
And, I don't want to use the excuse like, oh, she probably likes it or anything. I'm going to just say that straight up, everyone needs a little bit of attention. Both the platonic kind and the romantic kind.
Mm-hmm.
And
Hey, boss.
that little bit of attention, well, let's be honest, that huge amount of attention she gets from him probably keeps her spirit up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I honestly haven't watched very much of Seven Deadly Sins, but I know damn well that's not the only thing he does to her. I am sure if she asked him to, he would do just about anything.
Someone looked at her meanly and slapped her, and he did the one thing he said he'd never do again, and that was pick up a sword and wrecked this fucker's shit. This person didn't even leave a mark on her. This person didn't even, like, knock her down. He just slapped her across the face, and Meliodas looked at him and was like, you die now.
But, and that's all well and good for Meliodas, Kakashi, and all of them. So, if we love them so much, what makes Mineta stand out?
Mineta doesn't know when to stop. Mineta doesn't have a filter. Mineta has zero morals. Mineta, I could 1010% see him try to force himself on someone. The only reason he wants to become a hero is for girls. Okay, you know what? Fair. Some people want to do it for the notoriety and the fame, you know, for girls. Okay, sure. The fact that he is peeping on people with a glory hole, the fact that that he is always trying to grab someone's boobs, the fact that he tries to go under people's skirts, the fact that he is literally drooling at the thought of seeing people naked. And some of you might say, oh, well, Denki does the same and he's from the same show, da-da-da. Even Denki has looked at Mineta and gone, dude, really? Even Deku has gotten mad at him and been like, not the time.
And let me just explain this by explaining one thing. You can 110% admire a woman's figure and not be a total fucking jackass like Mineta about it.
And even then, we all also said all of these people who are perverts would also die to save a woman. Kakashi, pervert. Closeted pervert. Still a pervert. If someone even looks at a woman wrong, civilian, friend, teammate, whatever.
Doesn't matter. They're getting a lightning blade straight into the chest.
Yeah.
And before y'all bring up Red, not the fucking time.
Yeah. Fastest way to a woman's heart? Chidori. I've got one more. She wanted the D, but I gave her the C, and I was like, Chidori. Okay, I'm done.
Let me point out what I would like to do to Mineta on this NPC in GTA.
I just hear screaming. The thing about Mineta is that he doesn't know when to stop. All these other perverts that we mentioned, if they were in the situation of the USJ, they definitely would not have been trying to flirt with Tetsuyu.
I could see 100% Kakashi going from kind of flirty pervy mode to Sharingan on, let's fucking go.
Right, like, they all know when to stop. They know when it's time to get serious and it's time to stop flirting. Mineta doesn't. Mineta, throughout the entire thing, still flirting. Saying things like, oh, boob, or, oh, Tetsuyu, your boob's like flotation device, oh this, oh that, and still trying to rub up against her and do all of this and all of that and like be a complete and total pervert. It's not the time. It is time to get serious. Your lives are in danger.
Not only that, some people have used the asinine argument to me that Mineta is strong enough that he doesn't need to get serious when the others do. Alright, first of all, his quirk is nearly damn useless in open combat. I say this because of the caliber of people he could be fighting. Yes, he does have a pretty handy way to restrain an opponent, but A, he has to hit them, B, we have seen his grape, I'm just going to say grape rush because I don't feel like saying balls 1,000 times, fail. So, I can't imagine his grape rush.
And for any of you saying, oh, well, he was able to beat Midnight, that was a test. Alright, the teachers weren't there to make the students fail.
And she was going easy as fuck on him. If you've seen any of her other fights. And
she had the same weights on, now not the same like size or weight or anything, but she also had weights on limiting her powers like All Might did, like all the other teachers did. All the teachers were wearing weights to limit their powers, except for Mike, but that's because you can't necessarily limit his voice quirk with a weight. But he was
putting like a 20-pound weight on his chest doesn't really help.
Yeah, but he was also limiting his quirk as well. Because, and for those of you who are like, oh, President Mike is like a shit-tier fighter, I would like for you to Google what sound can do to your body, alright? Sound can straight, like, make your body cease functioning. So...
I learned this mainly from Sarge, but I would like to elaborate. So, there's this rifle called a Barrett. Ask me questions about it, literally just ask for a weapon breakdown video from Sarge. It'll be 1,010% more helpful. But the bullet travels really, really, really fast, and it makes some sound. And the literal sound wave that this bullet makes just by cutting the air can rip a person's organs in half.
Yeah, sonic damage is a thing.
And, I'm sorry, it's a sniper rifle that you don't have to hit something with. You could miss your target and still kill them. Just by sound. I'm sorry, no. No. Mike is not a shit tier fighter. Present Mike isn't bad, you're bad.
President Mike has to hold back all the time because, remember, it is canon. The day he was born, he made the doctors and his parents' ears bleed. The chances of that doctor, the nurse that was in their room, or his parents still having their hearing after that is next to zero. Because a child, when it is born, normally cries as loud as they can. Mike had his quirk when he was born. Obviously. So...
And before you all say... Because I've heard people go, oh, well, that's just him when he's going all out. Well, if that's him as a baby when he's going all out, what do you think an adult present Mike with his speaker going all out is going to do to your ears?
A multi-directional speaker, BTW, that speaker allows him to scream in any direction that he wants. That's why there's speakers all around the damn thing.
And before you go, oh, well, I'm not gonna worry about it because President Mike wouldn't be in the same fight as Mineta. He very well could, because he's a pro. He could be the one trying to save Mineta, which most likely would be the case. Because
I think if someone told Mike to save Mineta with Mike's standards, even though he's a teacher and everything, I think even Mike would be like, do I have to?
Mike, Mineta's in danger. Oh no.
Oh no.
Anyway. And
if you look at the subtleties that come out of a lot of, like, the thing, not even Aizawa really necessarily likes Mineta all that well. Will he defend Mineta because Mineta is one of his students? Yeah. Will he like it while he's doing it? No.
And one of my biggest things is literally how within minutes of seeing a pretty girl, Mineta will try to get physical with them.
Yeah.
I could almost forgive it if it was just verbal. Yeah, he's an ass, but whatever, right?
Yeah.
No.
It's not just verbal.
Him getting... Again, within minutes. Like,
And for those of you that want to use the argument of, again, Sanji going, like, you know, the minute he sees a pretty girl, he's all, like, hard eyes and wiggle noodle and stuff like that. Yes, we know he is. That's how Sanji is. There's no changing that. However, he doesn't try and touch them.
Also, I could see Sanji... I'm sorry, I don't even mean to bring this up in this way. I could see Sanji being an amazing tier, like, significant other.
Sanji has also, like, he has seen... Y'all are gonna go, like, oh, well, Sanji does this and is, like, you know, trying to flirt with girls. Half the time when he's trying to flirt with girls like this, like that, when he first sees them, he says, if you actually listen to what he's saying shit like, oh, do you need me to help you carry your bag? Oh, like, he's actually offering to be helpful.
And if a girl took him up on, you know, wanting him to carry something, yeah, no, he's probably gonna do it. 100%.
Now let's take it, and we'll take Nami, for example, whom I have a love-hate relationship. Nami treats Sanji like shit. Sanji still offers to help her all the time. still, whenever she goes shopping, will carry every single one of her shopping bags with zero complaint trailing behind her.
And mind you, I'm not a big One Piece fan. I don't hate the show or anything, I just don't know a lot about it, but Sanji is one of my favorite characters. I am not very much into the dark and gritty of certain anime. I'll like an occasional dark story, but even then, my version of dark and what could be considered dark is probably
absolutely two completely different things.
Mine's considered sunset. I'll say that.
Yeah.
And I don't think I've actually told you this, Hetsugai, as to the whole reasoning of why, but that's because I used to watch a lot of dark anime when I was like early phase, back when I was depressed and everything, and that's just not who I am. That's not who I want to be.
Fair, that's why I don't listen to a lot of rap or screamo type music, because I used to listen to a lot of screamo music when I was in my depression.
And before you all say that I need to, quote, grow a spine.
She's a little cinnamon roll, and if any of you actually say that to her, I will hunt you down and I will destroy your very existence, starting from your psychological standpoint and moving on to your family.
I was just gonna say there's enough small dick energy in the room to fill up a sun. I'm comfortable with who I am. It's just, sorry, I don't like dark stuff. Not everyone does. I'm not even, like, I'm pretty sure, it doesn't need to be explained that I don't need, like, especially with, like, the hero story, I don't need the hero to be this dark, grizzled character, because, like, with All Might, now, mind you, you might have a problem with what I'm about to say, Hetsugai, but you can't deny me. He enjoys having his powers.
Oh yeah.
You fucking should, though. Like, yes.
All he wanted to do was to save people, even if he didn't have a quirk, and then someone came and bestowed a quirk upon him, someone that took him under their wing and raised him, basically, because he doesn't actually have a family. Like, yeah, he treasures those because it was given to him by someone who was important to him. And we all know how quirkless people are treated in the show.
Well, not only all of that, but can I add something else to it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be like, oh, well, you know, heroes should have fun because they can do all this awesome shit. But at the same point in time, you can't sit here and tell me that picking up a car with one hand and chucking it aside like a throwing away McDonald's wrapper wouldn't put a smile on your face.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Is it the point of everything? No. But not everything he does is the point of everything. Like he said himself several times, he's human.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the OC I made for, well, him and quite frankly Misty.
Who's my OC, if you don't know, that gets married to him.
But, one of her biggest hurdles is learning to enjoy some of the things that necessarily aren't the point of it, if you get my drift.
Yeah.
Because, well,
which is one of the same things with my character too. She has to learn to, oh, I'm human. I'm not fighting for my life anymore. This is weird.
I want to go into a little bit about Sapphire and Misty, if that's okay with you. And yes, it is her OC. I do ask permission. She normally doesn't give a shit, though.
No. I love talking about my OCs. Particularly Misty because of the character growth that she went through.
I don't want to do a whole video. Well, I don't want to make this a whole video about them, but we should do a whole video about her if we really want to get into it.
We should.
We
could just kind of make this that, because we kind of talked about all of our favorites and non-favorites. So the video becomes 2.5 hours long. Oh well.
She's not joking.
No.
So, one thing that I really, and I mean really love about Sapphire, Yagi, not me, is much like me, she wants to be useful. Her backstory, and I'm not going to dwell on this too much because I'm not going to dwell on Misty's too much, in at least when it comes to like the early backstory, and I don't see it fair to do one but not the other.
Oh, I was going to give a full backstory, but I'll just touch on it.
The only reason I'm not doing a full backstory is because I want to make that a separate video.
Oh.
Like, because Misty has gone through enough character growth that I feel like we would actually need her own video to break it down.
I thought that's what we were doing.
Unless you literally want to have a 2-hour video on my channel.
I mean, I don't care.
Alright guys, well, go get the popcorn. It's time I tell you a story.
And so who do we want? Do we want to start with Sapphire or do we want to start with Misty?
Sapphire. Well, Sapphire's gone through quite a bit of growth too, but we'll start with her
Yeah.
since she's younger and she doesn't have as bad of a, oh, bollocks.
I will say, for warning for anyone that may or may not be watching or who may or may not watch this later, there are definite trigger warnings for Misty's backstory, so...
Somewhat Sapphire's too, but definitely it's needed more for Misty.
When I wrote out in my fanfiction part of what happened to her, I actually had to put trigger warnings on the chapter beforehand and give a summary afterwards. These trigger warnings include talk of suicide, self-harm, and physical abuse. Not sexual abuse, but physical abuse as in being beat up. So, fair warning.
Okay, so let's start with Sapphire. Well, the clearest place to start is the beginning, and we'll get to the end, I'm sure. Although, the end isn't the end for her, because she's only 16 at the time of writing. Sapphire was born to Misty and Toshinari Yagi. After being proclaimed stillborn falsely by a doctor to pay off a gambling debt, she was sold to what we'll later find out to be... Holy shit, did I fuck that car up? What we'll later find out to be someone who's literally got it out for All Might and Misty. I'm gonna keep referring to Misty as Misty, but do note, hero's name is Brain Freeze, if he gave a damn.
Yeah, she did the bad thing that Aizawa did, which was let Hizashi, or Present Mike as you probably know him, give her her hero name. He
Never
literally walked up to her and was like, "Hey, Misty, do you have a hero name yet?" And she's like, "No, not really." And he's like, "Cool, can I pick it?" And she's like, "I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna be like Aizawa and probably not be in the press all that often." He's like, "Cool, Brain Freeze." And she looks at him and is like, "Okay, but why?" And he's like, "Because you can control people's mind." And she's like, "Why not Brain Control?" And he's like, "Because that sounds like a villain name." And she's like, and brain freeze sounds like when you eat too much ice cream.
So,
But she kept it because Toshinari thought it was adorable.
I am not going to try to guess how Misty's feeling. If I ask, I'm sure Hitsugai will be more than happy to tell me.
E.
And by extension, you guys. So, speaking of, how did Misty feel about having a kid in the first place? Like pregnancy to, we'll say conception to pregnancy to actual delivery.
So at first, she was kind of like iffy about it because she didn't have her own childhood, as I will get into later. Her childhood mostly consisted of assholes telling her what to do with her life, what not to do with her life, how she was going to live it, sit down, shut up, do as we say. So she didn't actually think she would be a good parent. But she knew that it was something that Toshinari really wanted, and she has a hard time saying no to him. Now, if she really didn't want to have a child, she would have told him no, and let's be real, he would have said okay. But she did want to kind of have a change in her life and kind of start to move on from her past as much as possible. And she also looked at the man that she was married to, being Toshinari, and is like, you know what, I got this. So when they did decide to have kids, she was in a lot better place mentally than she had been in a while. Now, when she found out she was pregnant, she was very ecstatic for all of about 5 minutes, and then she became very terrified because suddenly this decision that she had made with her beloved husband is real. And she thought about...
BT dubs, that's totally normal for mothers.
Yeah.
So if you guys think that she's a bad person for that, that is like the norm.
Yeah. And because, giving away a little bit of her backstory here, she was originally a villain. She was kidnapped and forced to be a villain, and that's as far into that as I will get until it's my turn to share her backstory. So, as because of this, she doesn't know how to be a parent. So she's like, okay.
Parent, she doesn't know how to be a teacher. She doesn't know how to be a person, really. For a while.
She didn't know how to be a kid either.
And spoiler warning, Sapphire kind of doesn't either.
Yeah. So when
they'll say, sorry, I was just gonna say they'll say she's probably much better at it than Misty was.
Yeah. Toshinari once canonically asked her, "Let's go do something fun," and she looked at him cockeyed, and he's like, "What?" And she goes, "What's fun?" And he's like, you're kidding, right? And she went, and she just kind of stared blankly at him, and he went, "Oh dear God.
What haveth I done?"
Yeah. So, she told Toshinari, and he was all ecstatic and everything. And she kind of kept her, I don't want to say misgivings, because she was, like I said, she was excited about having a child, because it was something that they were both looking forward to, but she kept her fears to herself. Now, these fears weren't like, oh my God, I'm going to be a terrible parent, blah, blah, blah. It was more of, my past is going to catch up with me, and I don't want my child caught up into that. Which is, considering who her old bosses were, a very valid fear to have.
Not to mention also likely, given that she's also married to their mortal enemy. Spoiler warning.
Yeah. Her old bosses, just for the sake of this conversation, is One for All. Or All for One. My bad. All for One. And the original League of Villains. But that's as far into that as I'm gonna get for now.
Now,
so
I was gonna ask a separate question too.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically on, did she have any fear, or did it like click in her head that, holy shit, this kid's gonna have the same quirk as me and Toshinari?
Actually, it didn't because she wasn't sure because Toshinari was originally quirkless, and yes, it did change his DNA. She wasn't sure if she would either be quirkless, if she would have some combination of one of the quirks that makes up One for All, have her quirk, or some combination of both. So she wasn't exactly sure. And in my fan fiction, when Sapphire, where that has, different than yours because I wrote it before I met you. Sapphire is actually the youngest of the two Yagi children and is quirkless.
But for reference, that's probably the only, I'll say, can I use the term AU or divergent timeline? That's the only different Sapphire we're going to be talking about, just for simplicity of this video.
Yeah.
2's enough. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's about as far into that as I'm going to go. But yeah, so Misty was worried not because she was about to be a mother, because she was thrilled about it and everything. She was worried.
I just imagine Sapphire, like a really young Sapphire, walking along with Misty going, "Mommy, can we get some ice cream?" And Misty just stabs one of the villains, like not even looking at him, just looking at her. "Sure, honey, let's go right after work."
I mean, you're not wrong. But no, Misty was worried because Misty, much like her best friend Aizawa, her best friend and partner, because they do actually own, or did own, a hero agency together, and we're actually one of the only remaining hero teams, like the Pussycat Dolls. Or the Wild Wild Pussycats, my bad.
I was about to say, Pussycat Dolls? Who the fuck?
Wrong thing. The Wild Wild Pussycats. She was concerned of what would happen if the press should find out that an ex-villain is having a child with All Might, which is the same fear she had when she first started dating All Might. She didn't want it to come out that she was an ex-villain because she doesn't want to tarnish All Might's image. She is very supportive of him, of his dream, and by extension,
she is also usually supportive of his antics.
She says usually because, little side tangent with this that has nothing to do with the pregnancy original. If you ask Misty or Brain Freeze who her favorite hero is, and you're in the know of Toshinari's or All Might's secret identity, she will answer Toshinari Yagi. If you are not in the know, she will say All Might, but only because it's Toshinari who is All Might. She actually cannot stand All Might. She finds him very annoying, very loud, very boisterous, and normally gets a migraine when she's around him.
Another spoiler warning. She's really gonna hate how her daughter takes after then.
Yeah, that being said, like, behind closed doors, she's all like, "You need cuddles now." And will kill, hide a body, or die for Toshinari in an absolute heartbeat. But that's besides the point. So yeah,
to me, can I just say that kinda should be how couples are, though? In a way, like, they should have a deep level of trust and understanding with one another.
Yeah.
Not turning this into a therapy session, let's keep going.
Yeah, but so she is now concerned about what happens if her daughter wants to become a hero. What happens if her daughter does become a hero and it gets out that her mother used to be a villain? What happens if it gets out that her mother was a villain who is supposed to kill her father. Alright, so she's scared for the future of her child because of her past. At this point in time, she did still have the chains of her past kind of holding her back from a lot. Toshinari does do a lot to alleviate this. So by about the second trimester, so late second trimester, when she is in fact showing, and Toshinari looks at her and says, if you even think about doing hero work, I will have you committed to a mental institution, and I will have you put on lockdown. Because, let's be real, even if Misty is ninja should not be going to battle pregnant. I don't care how much of a badass you are, you have a child to think about. Did Misty argue about this? Only a little. Only a little.
And before people say that, oh, well, that's like sexist, we're not saying she can't be a badass.
We're saying that it's a bad idea to do so while pregnant because you have the child's life who is in development to think about. And I will pull from real life experience here for a moment. When my grandmother was pregnant with my mother and got into a car accident. Now, my grandmother was not driving. My grandfather was driving, and a drunk driver ran a red light and crashed into my grandmother's side of the car, T-boned it. My grandmother was in rehabilitation for months, and she was in like her second or so trimester, and it resulted in my mom being born with certain mental instabilities. Now take that real life example and put it to a crime fighter who is all the time in trouble, who is all the time being smashed into walls, who is all the time in danger around fire, explosions, destructive quirks, and what have you. There's a reason that cops are taking off, or female cops are taken out of the field the moment they find out they're pregnant. Just saying. But
oh, jeez, that was a big one.
But yeah, so around this point, Misty has realized, like, she's super excited, she's super happy, she's sitting at home. I wouldn't say 24/7 because she does do a little bit of freelance teaching at this point at UA. She's not at this point like a full-time teacher, but she did do like some teaching for extra money. Not that the Yagis really need it, because let's be real, Toshinari's the #1 hero in the world, and that money.
Yeah, but let's be real, this was mainly probably because she was walking around going, I'm fucking bored.
Yeah. She was bored AF. And she wanted to do something and feel somewhat useful. So, what to do? Let's help mold the minds of young heroes. So, yeah. If she wasn't at school teaching or doing housewife things, i.e. cleaning up after Toshinari, yelling at him for going through the sewers once again, doing laundry to try and get the sewer smell out of his clothes. Again. Making dinner, begging him not to go through the sewers again, sighing as he does it again. This is a running joke in my fanfic, if you hadn't noticed. She is knitting booties. She learned how to crochet just because she wanted to be able to make a blanket for her, who she finds out at this point is a daughter. And you know, all this. She has
This blanket does come back into play in my fanfic, by the way.
Yeah, she has fully accepted at this point in time that she is going to be a mother and that there is no changing it. She is excited and eagerly awaiting what shall become of the future with her and her husband.
I would also imagine, if I might be so bold as to speculate, that there might be at least times where she's going, you know, maybe this is what I needed, this might be the change that, you know, I was really looking for.
Yeah, she is slowly accepting that she is more than her villainous past. And it's a working... It is a long and working struggle because she was forced into it at the age of 4. So, and she only left at the age of 16. So she, you know, it's not going to be a change that happens overnight or even in a year or so. So she is, you know, still working on it thanks to Toshinari's help. But she is super excited to meet her daughter. She has named her Sapphire after her grandmother, whom she loved dearly. Toshinari agreed because, well, to see his wife excited about something that doesn't have to do with kicking somebody's ass or dancing, because Misty also used to dance a lot, is something new for him, and he's like, cool, let's just go with it, you know, she's happy about something, let's keep it. Also, he did really like the name, so he's like, cool. Ironically, on a little side tangent about Misty's mother actually knew the previous holder of One For All, Nana. Nana actually saved Misty's grandmother.
So, whoops.
Yeah, long before, around when Nana was actually training with her predecessor before receiving One For All, when Nana was still in high school and was still training, whatever, she actually saved Misty's grandmother. So, yay. That's gonna come up later on in fanfiction, or in Misty's backstory. So, yeah, Toshinari's like, cool, she's excited, you know, this is really good for her, I actually really like the name, I know how much her grandmother meant to her, so we're gonna go with that. So both parents are eagerly awaiting the upcoming birth
and
of
let's be real, if you didn't think All Might was stoked, you'd be smoking something.
Yeah. So we go back to our loving couple that is eagerly awaiting the arrival of their first child. Misty goes into labor, they go into the hospital, you know, they're best friends, President Mike, Aizawa, and one of my other OCs who I will not bring up in this instance.
We should also probably mention Sekai at this time.
Yes, and Sekai, you know, Sekai's with them at the hospital, but, you know...
Sekai's, just so you guys know, Sekai's job is literally... He is the Yagi family bodyguard, but specifically was hired to ensure Misty's safety during pregnancy.
Again, not saying Misty can't be a badass, but let's be real, with the enemies that All Might has, Misty's quirk can only be used when she has physical contact with somebody, and with the enemies that Toshinari has, let's be real, he probably wouldn't want someone that close to his pregnant wife.
I mean, not saying he wants someone that close to his wife anyway.
But especially not when she was pregnant. So, yeah. And Sekai and Misty actually become best friends.
Story for another day. Unless
yes.
we get Sarge here.
Yeah. So,
hope
you know,
y'all bought some popcorn for this. I was just telling them, hope y'all brought some popcorn.
Yeah. So, you know, Sekai goes with Misty to the hospital, calls Toshinari, it's like, yo, it's go time. Toshinari makes it to the hospital. Is delayed because he was in fact on patrol at the time. You know, he is a symbol of peace. It's understandable. Even expecting dads of normal people have jobs, have day jobs. Right?
And they can't all the time just be like, you know, sitting and waiting for their wife to say they're pregnant, because that kid's gonna cost a lot of money. And someone's gotta provide.
Yeah, so he did offer to take some time off before like closer to the due date, but Misty did tell him like, hey, you know, I'm already out of the field, and you know, at least one of us should stay because we don't want, because they had not told the press about the pregnancy, so she's like, if for no other reason than so that the pregnancy isn't found out about before we're ready to tell them, you should at least, you know, stay in. Plus, you're fucking All Might and you move at like Mach 2. It's not like you couldn't get to the hospital if need be.
What do you need exactly?
Which
Okay,
brings
okay,
up
I'll
a
get you out of
point
trouble. No problem.
In my mind, with Misty being pregnant, I want to know if you thought up of a craving for her. Like, what was her, like, #1 craving for Sapphire's pregnancy?
Toshinari, to the end of time, will make fun of Misty for this. But both times she was pregnant with both Sapphire and with Silas, she craved, like, the spiciest ramen that you could get. And she craved American, specifically American spicy hot wings. And the reason that he will always make fun of her for this is because she can't handle spice. So she would be sitting there eating this spicy food because she's craving it with tears rolling down her eyes because she can't handle the spice, but will still be chowing down. And he's like, are you okay? Like, why are you eating this? You can't handle spice. And she's like, but the baby wants it. It's so good. Ow. Ah, my mouth. So, yeah. That's a funny thing I put in there. Because I myself can't handle spice. So a lot of my OCs also can't handle spice. But I thought it would be funny as hell for someone who can't handle spice to sit there and eat spice while crying because her unborn child is like, Mommy, I want spicy things. And she's just like, fuck. But yeah, so while All Might is being detained in a fight, Sekai is waiting with Misty. Well, shit hits the fan. Sekai gets ushered out of the room. An emergency C-section ensues. By the time All Might gets there, Sekai is waiting out in the hall, and All Might's like, what's going on? Da-da-da. Sekai tells him what's happening, and both men wait outside while Misty is now in surgery for an emergency C-section. The doctor comes out and informs the couple that...
This is a shady doctor, so bear that in mind.
Yeah. The doctor comes out and informs All Might that his wife is on the mend, but however, the child did not make it. Now, if you're gonna ask, well, the nurse staff was there, the umbilical cord was wrapped around Sapphire's neck. She did, in fact, actually stop breathing for a minute. And she was blue when she was born. She was technically pronounced dead. Her heartbeat came back for a minute, and then went away again, and then came back. Now, none of the nurses were in the room the second time the heartbeat came back. So the doctor switched babies with one that had actually been a stillborn that had been born earlier that night, where the mother did not want to hold the stillborn child. Why does my fucking drawing thing keep freezing? Anyway. So he goes out and he tells All Might, you know, Toshinari, your child was a stillborn, your wife is on the mend, however she did lose a lot of blood. Because Misty did hemorrhage a bit. But he's like, your wife is expected to make a full recovery, you know, unfortunately, can't say the same for your daughter. So All Might, who is obviously upset, goes in, sits with his wife to wait for her to wake up and give her the news himself. He does, The doctor then asks if Misty would like to hold their child, and she says yes. So she is given this child, who is not theirs, to cry over. This sends Misty back into a depression for a
Solomon
while
asked us for a
because
favour. Some of his
obviously.
pals are out of town and want to come to the club. You good to jump in the chopper and go get them?
Pretty much that answers your
Lovely
question
stuff.
on conception.
Your chopper's
to birth.
waiting for you.
Take it for the next part of her backstory.
Okay, so the thing that you're gonna have to keep in mind is that Sapphire is 5 years old. Allow me to reiterate, Sapphire is only 5 years old and doesn't know who she is yet. That's gonna be pretty prevalent throughout the thing. She actually, until she's 16, well 15 because birthday, doesn't actually know her own last name. So this captor, unbeknownst to Sapphire, of course, but I could tell you guys just so you know why someone would be dumb enough to try to steal a kid from literally the #1 power couple in Japan. Because, you gotta have some balls. Because if this doesn't work, oh boy, are you in for it.
Yes, and the doctor, when selling Sapphire to said shady person, did make sure that said shady person knew who Sapphire was so that he could get ample money to pay off gambling debts.
And
for those of you wondering, yes, when it was found out what happened, this doctor was in fact beaten to hell and then sent to prison. Beaten to hell courtesy of Misty.
So, surprise, her quirk awakens. Bad news for Captor. She
took after her daddy.
She took after much more than just her dad.
Yeah.
She has both the quirk, I want to make sure I don't get it wrong. One for all. And even though Misty's is technically considered to be called Control by Belle, I say Suggestion because hers isn't as powerful as Misty's. That being said, totally could still fuck you up.
Yeah. Also, the main difference between Sapphire and Misty's use of the quirk is
I was
going to
get into that later.
I was going to
get into that later. So, TLDR, Sapphire escapes and goes on the run. Now, previously, this doctor had given her a letter from her parents, though not really. He said it was from her parents. But this letter did not, in fact, come from Toshinari or Misty. Ow. But essentially saying, no, we don't want you, blah, 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 blah. And, she, in fact, believed it because, like, you know...
She's 5 years old, why wouldn't she?
And so, in order to, she originally wanted to track down her parents, literally to confront them of why they didn't want a child.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's ambitious for a 5-year-old, and she went on the run. Scummy doctor put a bounty on her head, because, well, of course he did. Years go by and Sapphire matures. She turns into this, for lack of a better word, drifter. Goes from town to town, stops some thugs here, captures some bandits there. She didn't have much. She had 3 sets of clothes and a scarf that she had fashioned out of her very own blanket that she was allowed to keep as kind of, I guess, consolation. or whatever, you know, whatever you want to call it, from her parents. Now, it's important to note that an enemy of hers will keep popping up named Nine. If you haven't seen the My Hero movie,
The second one.
the second one specifically, thank you. That's where he's from. But we're not going to get into that because I want to kind of talk about what's going through her head. The big question was, what is she actually going to do when she gets her hands on her parents? Now, mind you, she doesn't actually know who her parents are, so it's not like she's like hell-bent on capturing Misty or All Might. She has zero fucking clue that she's related to them. She does, however, idolize them. She thinks they're amazing heroes and wants to be like them.
And worth noting at this point, because of what happened and everything, when they did think that it was a stillborn, they did tell the press that it was a stillborn. Because, you know, there was notice that that All Might wasn't as happy all the time as he normally was, and that brain freeze was just gone for a while. She had shut down for a while and actually stepped away from hero work and from the agency she did like desk work, but she actually stepped away from the agency for a while because she couldn't face it. So they did tell the official story of that they had gone through a stillborn.
Now,
when they found out that Sapphire was still alive, they did not correct this, but they did tell the press that there was a stillborn.
I would like to say that there were rumors, at least in my fanfic, there are rumors of Sapphire being alive. The daughter of the Yagis, as many towns called it. Often she would try to find this girl to bring her home. Not for reward money, but she was like, well, hell, if she doesn't know who her parents are, if she's lost, she needs to go home. I'm sure they're worried to death about her. I'm sure they would go to the ends of the earth to find her. Cut back to Misty. In my fanfic, she did dispatch Sekai to attempt to find Sapphire.
Yeah, now in my fanfic, mind you, none of this happened. But for Sapphire's fanfic, because Sapphire had come to me and was like, hey, I really like your character Misty, can I do this? I said, absolutely, go for it. I like the idea.
And I want to ask, what was beyond the fact that they would have to dispel the rumor of, you know, Sapphire being dead, and I know this is sort of putting you on the spot, is there any particular reason why she would choose Sekai and maybe say Aizawa, or, you know, one of the other heroes that All Might or her trust very well?
She would have picked Sekai because at the end of the day, as much as she does respect my OC Aurora, as much as she respects Present Mike, as much as she trusts Aizawa is literally like a brother to her. As much as she does trust them, she knows that Sekai can and will get shit done. She knows that Sekai, much like her, realizes that no, not everything can be solved and wrapped up in a nice little neat package and the bad guy carted off to jail. Much like her, Sekai knows sometimes the bad guys have to be put down.
Alright.
She knew that from questioning the doctor that had sold her. She knew that the person that had taken her daughter was fully aware of who her daughter was. In Misty's mind, this is almost worse than the press finding out that Misty used to be a villain and fucking up the future of her husband and her daughter. Because this person knows that this is the daughter of All Might. That means she can be used.
And one other question. Did she expect Sekai to come back with a kid and be like, yeah, no, found her, easy?
I just don't trust the police, you know?
She did not expect for it to be easy, no, because this guy, by the time they found out, this guy had 4 years of a head start.
Now, mind you, I think it's prudent to go into Sekai's sort of ability and skill set, though this won't be an in-depth breakdown. Sekai is a metal melder by quirk, and he takes after the samurai of old. He is an incredibly skilled fighter, and he knows what he's doing. As Headsguy said, he's not afraid to make sure the bad guy goes away. Though he does possess skills far beyond solely fighting, he's also good at tracking, and generally, if you need something done and you need it done quick,
And quietly.
depending,
Yeah.
you get Sekai to do it.
Sekai did, after Sapphire was kidnapped, stay on as the Yagi family bodyguard because Misty was not really in any condition to really fight anyone. So Toshinari asked him to stay on to protect her to protect her from anyone that might do her harm, and to protect the public from her because she also had a short fuse.
Not to mention, by this time, Sekai and the Yagis had grown pretty accustomed to each other. And Sekai, because of his own backstory, didn't really have anywhere to go, and the Yagis were paying very handsomely for his deeds.
Yeah.
So...
let's just say the hazard pay for the Yagi family bodyguard is nice.
By this time, Sapphire is about 13 years old. This is where the next huge event happens. Sadly, Sekai was unable to ascertain her, though he did get to... one thing that is in my fanfic is he did actually find out about where she was at one point in time, which, given the 4-year head start, is still pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm. And when Misty got a hold of said doctor that took her in the first place, she almost killed him.
And
the only reason she didn't was because Sekai stopped her.
When you're dealing with somebody like Sekai, despite his basic quirk, he's an incredibly dangerous opponent. Number one, because he is a sword master. You're gonna have a bad time fighting him. Number two, he doesn't actually need his quirk to fight. So if you're like, say, Aizawa, aka Eraserhead, and you shut off his quirk, you still have to contend with him.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless...
same with Misty, but that's not the point of this little side tangent.
Yeah. Nor was it with Sekai either, I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, Misty, if you guys can say, oh, well, her quirk's only mind control, you know, that's kind of weak. Misty was, because of like her training, the closest thing that I can think of that I'm pretty sure all of you would know is she basically had the same training that that Black Widow had. She's basically had the same KGB training.
So anyway, with that all being said, she Sapphire was able to scrape up enough money to go to UA. So she spent the next 2 years attempting to get close to UA. Now, she was being very wary because she, by this time, had thought that she just had a simple strength quirk. However, it is of note that she was making her she was calling out her attacks like her favorite hero. Take a wild guess who. So she would call out Texas Smash, New York Smash, all that, right? And it's in my thing, Misty does pick up a whiff of there is supposedly a girl running around near this town that's not too close, but not too far away either, that is using smash attacks. And I feel like that would have really got her attention.
Yeah.
Now, given it's just a rumor, she probably didn't, send the police, send the EMS, send the fire.
Yeah.
By the way,
Misty is kind of a realist, and where she's had so much shit go wrong in her life, she's kind of like, nah.
Now, had they had their daughter turn up on their doorstep, open arms and hugs would have ensued.
Yeah.
However, keep in mind, Sapphire doesn't know who she's looking for. She just is looking for her parents. And this is also when Sapphire and an OC of Sean's sister comes in and is talking to her. Her name's Arena. And says, hey, Sapphire essentially says, hey, I'm really trying to find the daughter of the Yagis because I want to bring her in. 2 reasons. 1, because it's the right thing to do, and it's what All Might would do. And 2, because there's probably one hellacious reward, because let's face it, money's still tight.
Yeah.
And Irina pointed towards the city and said, start walking. Irina didn't know for 100% fact that Sapphire was the very same kid she's looking for, but she had a pretty good idea. It wasn't very hard to see.
Yeah.
Because along with his smash attacks, she also inherited his warm smile.
Which, of note, is the very first thing that Misty ever noticed about Toshinari. As cheesy as it sounds.
But it's so adorable and I love it.
Yeah, as cheesy as it sounds, it really was his smile that saved her.
I'm going to
and
skip
by extension himself. Because she was actually there to kill him. But then she saw him smile and was like, oh.
No, bro, I can't.
Yeah. He was the first person to ever show her kindness, and she saw his smile and was like, damn.
Misty comes in. I will find and kill the holder of One for All. Damn, he looking like a snack.
More or less.
And I want to skip ahead to the first time that Misty and Sapphire meet, because it is close to the beginning of her year at UA. Now, mind you, she only had enough for 1 year, so she was trying to be on her best behavior. She wasn't getting into fights. She was devoting 100% of her time to either studying or training. Now, I'm gonna have to explain how she showed up at UA. Sapphire's backpack, if you could call it that, it was more like a duct taped together bag that looked like shit. A lot of the times for her good deeds, people would note that she loved the hero All Might and Brain Freeze, so they would give her pendants, along with payment, of course. Let's face it, those pendants ain't paying no bills.
Mm-hmm.
But she did kind of wear them as a badge of honor. She considered it nice to, be able to point to each one and exclaim that instead of buying it at some store or getting out at a vending machine, she helped take in some bad guys. And she thought that, maybe if All Might saw that and heard the stories behind it, he might, respect her and maybe see that she does have some potential, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so she walks through the door of UA and she's just awestruck. I mean, she hasn't even seen a pro hero at this point, mind you. She's just walking through the lobby of UA like has entered the realm of Narnia, to which I'm sure Misty is now, by that time, jaded too.
What do you mean by jaded?
Like, she sees it 100 times. Like, oh, another new student.
Yeah.
But
she's like, "Aw, another new student that is awestruck." It'll wear off.
Her eyes darted down straight to Brain Freeze. Now, it's a note that Brain Freeze doesn't have many fans.
Mostly because, like Aizawa, she tends to stay in the shadows. Now, she is more known than Eraserhead because, oh my god, she's married to All Might! Every red carpet event, she is in fact on All Might's arm, like the good wife. She is, you know, she is seen with All Might. She is around All Might. She loves him. Of course, she's there for him.
So, Sapphire darts up to her and says, "Oh my gosh, your Brain Freeze! It was so cool when you..." and starts to list off multiple heroic acts that she has done. Not that she is All Might's wife, that she has done. And
yeah. To which point, Brain Freeze Misty is like, wait, who is this kid? The fuck?
Now, I did skip over a small thing, but it wasn't that big of a deal because this is kind of a small thing. Sapphire does have a figurine of Brain Freeze sitting in her currently hotel room. And that was signed by Brain Freeze because she stood in line, and she had thought that if you stood in line next to the signing thing for All Might, you might get something signed from Brain Freeze. And so when it was her turn, or when she thought it was her turn, there wasn't really a line. She could have just walked up. She walked up.
So they were both at a signing thing, and everyone was in line for All Might, which is completely okay with Brain Freeze. She would be in line with All Might. Little side thing. Brain Freeze actually has everything that was ever created that has to do with All Might. She has gotten it first before it has hit any stores. And I do mean everything. Limited edition figure that they only made 10 of, she has it. She pre-ordered it. She helped create
blankets,
it.
coasters, cups, magazines. If it has All Might on it, she has it.
Yeah.
Kind of like me.
And if it's a figure, it's signed. And she has asked her husband to sign many things to the point where he just laughs and signs it before she even gets it out.
Now,
she'll open the box, she'll take it and sign it. She
also had an All Might figure, and she wanted to get it signed, but she couldn't wait around in line all day. In my fanfic, Brain Freeze does tell All Might, and he gladly signs it because he would.
Yeah.
But she also didn't want to cut in front of anyone else, so she was very shy about it. And yeah. But of note, Sapphire takes it out of her backpack and smiles, and she goes, "I remember when you signed this for me. You're one of the heroes I really look up to," and just says thank you and starts to walk away. At this point,
Brain Freeze is kind of like, skeet, I remember this girl because I don't have many fans. I remember doing this.
And I would imagine that, because Sapphire is literally a ball of energy right now, I'm sure that Misty might have even gotten a little excited herself.
A little bit.
But as she turns away, Misty, I have to assume, is very, 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 very observant and completely capable of noticing the smallest of details.
Basically a KGB operative.
A pink scarf that looks an awful lot like a blanket she once knitted catches her eye. At this point, I'm going to ask Hitsugaya what her thoughts of that are. What's going through Misty's head right there? At
first, Misty's like, "Oh, I remember my little fan. She stood in line like all like forever to get an autograph from me when she could have just walked up. That's actually really adorable and wholesome, and it doesn't happen to me often. And then she sees the she sees the scarf that looks an awful like the thing that she once knitted for her daughter, and she is very confused. Now, Misty does not allow herself to get hopeful very often because of her past. And so at first, she's not entirely sure if she should believe her eyes. But she immediately sicks her best friend on Sapphire to keep an eye on her in the hopes that perhaps, maybe, this is in fact her daughter.
Now, mind you, Sapphire just sees this as brain freeze being amazing, right? The next day, while Sapphire's at school, Misty once again is in the hall, maybe intentionally looking for Sapphire, though I'm not going to say that without Hitsugaya saying it.
Oh, yeah.
And notices that this kid doesn't have, looking closer at her outfit, she's not very well dressed. She's not dressing skimpy or everything. Her clothes look worn, tattered, as if she'd been on the road for months, maybe even years. And so, seeing that and seeing her skip the lunch line, Misty pretty quickly finds out that she's probably not skipping lunch because she's not hungry. She probably just can't afford food.
And this is where, now, up until this point, Misty probably sounds like to you guys, like she is a cutthroat, uncaring individual. And you know what, fair, she kind of is. However, due to her past, she does have a soft spot for students who cannot afford something as basic as food. Misty did have to struggle a lot to find, food for herself. She did have to struggle quite, often to make ends meet. And even when she left the organization and she and Toshinari were living together, not because they were dating, not because they were married, because they were still in high school at the time, but they were living together out of necessity because two high schoolers just had to move and needed to have money for themselves. She actually went so far as to prioritize Toshinari getting food over herself, because she did know the toll that, All for One took on the body and would have for food. And she hasn't necessarily really seen Sapphire in action, but she has enough of an idea that Sapphire needs food for her quirk to work. She definitely needs to eat more. And the fact that she sees this student that was the same age as her at the time when she was really struggling, or around the same age. And this is something that the school does now that Misty does often. Misty buys Sapphire her lunch for the rest of the month. She slips lunch rush a 50 for the week and was like, I'll give you 50 more at the end of the week. She can have whatever she wants. If it goes over the 50, let me know.
It's of note that she's not, Sapphire isn't being, when Sapphire finds this out, she doesn't even take it of greed. She takes it like, oh, cool, and she'll get maybe 2 sandwiches instead of 1, and maybe a water or a Gatorade, but she really sticks to that, being very frugal with it. She doesn't eat a whole lot, and this is when Misty does first see Sapphire, see a glimpse of what she can do, and she blocks I haven't decided which attack, but an attack from Katsuki Bakugo with relative ease. She puts her arm up as he swings down and just brushes it off as if it was no big deal. Now, if you don't know Katsuki's quirk, I don't know how you don't know Katsuki's quirk, but he sweats nitroglycerin and makes explosions. It's not strength, but he's still a pretty strong guy. Shrugging off an attack from him isn't something that you could do very easily. What was that a red flag for her, maybe?
Yeah.
Like,
she went, hold the fuck up.
Now, by this time,
after she finished laughing, she went, hold the fuck up.
Misty's probably sort of certain, not pretty certain yet, but sort of certain. Yeah, no, this is Sapphire.
And if any of you are asking why she would laugh at, you know, Katsuki Bakugo getting a attack block, let's be real. Confused Bakugo face is best Bakugo face, and if some random no-name person just completely blocked one of Katsuki's stronger attacks and shrugged it off like it was nothing, there would be confused Bakugo face. Which,
Bakugo isn't stupid. That moment alone, he was like, yeah, no, I just found Sapphire Yagi. Look at me. Now, he didn't call her Sapphire Yagi, but he's enough of an All Might fan, and I should say enough, but he is a huge All Might fan.
'Tis his canon.
And if you think I'm lying, Google it. He's a big enough All Might fan to see that I know exactly what quirk was just used, and I can tell you right now. Now, my fanfic, he actually does go to Brain Freeze and says, hey, I found your kid.
To which Brain Freeze does, in fact, answer, is it that Sapphire girl? And he goes, yes, and she goes, I'm already looking into it.
Now, this is the first of many times Sapphire gets brought into the teacher's lounge instead of going to her normal class. She is escorted there by Sekai, whose hero name is Shogun. And the reason why she was escorted there by Shogun wasn't to intimidate her, because despite his cold exterior, he's actually kind of a goofball.
Yeah.
But it was simply because, you know, Misty didn't want to make a very big deal about it, and her or All Might going to go get a singular child. Okay. And her or All Might going to go get a singular child would be more noteworthy.
Mm-hmm.
At least with Shogun, you could make an excuse that it's anyone, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she's brought in and she's told that instead of her normal class, Misty just wants to have a chat with her. And this is going to be exploratory into her background, and there's a lot of things of note that I'm going to go over, but the biggest one is, what's your last name? Because on her application card she put N/A. Misty has since gotten a hold of that application card, and you damn well know she looked over it a couple times. So this part, what would be Misty's main goal?
To find out as much information on Sapphire as she possibly could. She wouldn't want to kind of she would want to be very careful with how she proceeded, because in Misty's mind, she jumps to worst case scenario. If she has seen her husband be attacked by All for One and almost die from it. She herself was sent as an assassin. She can pretty much assume that even though her husband is a total fucking badass and did in fact almost kill All for One, in the back of her mind she never really believed that he was gone for good. She already lost a child. First she thought by stillborn, then found out by kidnapping. she already does have a child who is in fact quirkless. She has lost her grandparents, her parents, her childhood. She refuses to lose anything or anyone else in her life. She's done with it. No. So she wants to make absolute 1,000% sure that Sapphire is in fact either A, her daughter, or B, you know, at the very least, not someone who is trying to kidnap her husband or hurt her husband in any way, shape, or form.
So,
does she feasibly know for a fact that you're going to be hard-pressed attempting to hurt Toshinari? Yes. Does that stop her from worrying? No.
So what are some of the I'm going to do this a little differently because we both play Misty and Sapphire in an RP, and I would say we're both pretty spot on with our characters.
Mm-hmm.
They're our OCs, so, lol. Instead of just going through these questions as a Q&A, why don't we kind of like, we'll say 3 or 4, you know, of the bigger questions that Misty would ask Sapphire, and I'll try to answer like a Sapphire pre knowing she's Yagi.
She would ask, first and foremost, why do you want to be a hero?
Well, because it's the right thing to do. There's a lot of strong villains out there, and I seem to be pretty tough myself.
What brought you to UA?
Well, it's the school All Might went to, and it's the school you went to, and it's definitely a place to make good heroes.
Who are your parents?
I'll give you a quarter if you could tell me.
Who's your favorite hero?
Well, there's a tie between 2 of them.
Okay.
It's you and All Might. And
What's that? Go ahead.
And as this interview goes on, this isn't the first, well, this isn't the last, I should say. This is the first. It isn't the last of these style of interviews. To a point where Sapphire almost gets used to this. She doesn't particularly like being drilled about her past just because so much of it is a mystery. She doesn't want people to think she's faking. So eventually, this turns less formal because Sapphire thinks that Misty is becoming more friendly towards her. And now she's not like thinking they're best friends or anything, but she is more relaxed around her than, you know, maybe other teachers. And I feel like at some point in time, Sapphire's financial situation would come into effect. Like, how on earth are you dressed like this, but you're going to UA?
Mm-hmm.
And stuff like that. And then we're gonna skip forward just a little bit because I want to get to Misty's backstory. As to finding out that Sapphire is indeed their daughter, and indeed not trying to kill All Might. She doesn't think she could if she tried, and she's probably right. Well, she is right. So, instead of her normal hero class, she's given a special assignment via Brain Freeze. And the special assignment is that she's to spar with All Might. Now, before you all get into a tizzy, let me explain. well, rather, if Hetsugai wouldn't mind, she's gonna explain why it's a sparring match with All Might and not just herself or Sekai.
So, as these couple of weeks has gone on, that Misty is investigating someone that she does, in fact, believe is her long-lost daughter, she has noticed that Sapphire is definitely holding back in class. Now, this worries Misty for two reasons. One, you are here to learn, so you shouldn't hold back because you're not going to learn that way. Holding back, because of the way that Misty was brought up and her own beliefs, is holding back in practice means holding back when it's for real, which leads to people dying.
Now, can I interject for a quick moment?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna even go a step further because she has seen Sapphire lose it, not completely, but get a little mad. And just from what she did, which wasn't using all of her strength even then, but you could tell that if she wanted to, she could do a lot more. Like, I would say a big one was she was mad about something that happened in the training field. And as she's walking by one of the reinforced locker doors, she punches it. Now, she doesn't punch it hard. She's not actually intending to break it. Keep in mind, she's trying to be on her best behavior. But she figures throwing an offhanded punch at a locker door is better than, like, you know, being mad all day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she puts, I'd say, a pretty sizable dent in it. Now, Misty would be probably like, first off, hold up, that bitch is reinforced. And secondly, so you do have one for all. Or all for one. One for all. I got it right the first time. Now why would she specifically have selected All Might? Because surely any teacher could push Sapphire to her limit.
Mostly because if someone is going to go up against someone that has a quirk much like All Might's, then All Might is probably the best.
Now, what was Misty's goal for this sparring match? Because this one is, I'm going to explain a lot about this in a minute, but I just wanted to, like...
She wanted to test her theory as well as make sure and kind of, you know, show Sapphire that while, yes, you know, being strong is a good thing, however, holding back could get you killed. So she wanted, because she knows that Sapphire hasn't let loose her full strength, she also wanted to, from a teacher's standpoint, check and see what the full strength is.
And quite frankly, All Might, who right now is at 5%, we'll introduce a character in a minute that brings him back to 100, but don't worry about it for now, is still capable of putting up well more than a fight than Sapphire could reasonably handle. Yes, she has fought some bandits and thugs. That's nothing compared to going up against the #1 hero. So Sapphire is, she is a little nervous about this kind of sparring match because it is All Might, but she's stoked because she gets to spar against All Might. However, Misty's words do ring true, and she does listen to them, because if she does hold back, she's likely going to be seriously hurt, even if All Might doesn't intend it.
Yeah.
When you're as strong as All Might, it stops becoming a point of, I'm holding back so no one should get hurt. You have to be extraordinarily careful. The world to All Might probably feels like paper and glass. just because if he wanted to break something, he can. Now, during the sparring match, Sapphire loses either a little bit of blood or a little bit of hair. I haven't decided, but, you know, not like an alarming amount if it's blood, but just a little bit, right? And Misty takes this and has Sekai do a DNA test, or rather has Sekai take it to the lab to have it DNA tested. Now Sekai was on standby for this fight just in case it turned out she was some kind of assassin.
Yes.
But by this time they're both pretty sure she's not, because she's spent the entire walk over to the training center completely fangirling over All Might. And I don't mean like the you can tell, because how good is Misty at picking up a liar or someone who's faking it?
Very.
So,
she is almost like Namasa, where she is basically a human lie detector. Now, those of you who don't know Namasa's quirk, or who Namasa is All Might's best friend, that's the cop. His quirk is actually to know if someone is lying or not. His quirk is actually a lie detector.
So, with that being said, what did Misty think about Sapphire literally just fangirling?
At first, she's like, either this person is really good at acting, or she means it. So she, keeps an eye on Sapphire and everything. And when realizing that there's no possible way that anyone could fake be fangirling that well, it's kind of like, okay, well, she's not an assassin, at least. Doesn't necessarily mean that she's not, doesn't necessarily mean that she is, in fact, my daughter, but at least she's not an assassin.
Now, after the DNA results come back and proves without a doubt, mind you, Misty and by now even Toshinari had a fairly good idea of who they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, they're not stupid.
Yeah.
They wanted to get it in black and white before moving forward, just in case their suspicions were all 100% wrong, which I'm pretty sure Misty would have been dumbfounded at.
Yeah.
Because what's the likelihood of all of her and All Might's suspicions being wrong simultaneously?
Low.
So there is one final chat in this teacher's lounge between, now it's Sekai, Sapphire, Toshinari, and Misty. They're all brought here, and I think at least Misty would have to definitely be like, alright, there's no malice meant here, we should probably be careful, we don't know, how she feels about us or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just don't want to annoy you with questions.
Oh, no, you're right.
So what was... Now, All Might, on the other hand, he could do everything he could just to stop from getting up and hugging her. Not because it's specifically Sapphire, but because it's his kid. And if you just found your kid after 16 years, you'd probably be itching to, like, I'm so happy I found you, blah 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 blah, and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So would Misty have a talk with Toshinari beforehand, or
Definitely would have a talk with him beforehand, because with Misty's backstory, which we will get to here pretty soon, Misty knows what it's like to be in a situation with people that she doesn't know real well, and being told something that she's kind of not so sure. So she wouldn't want to worry, Sapphire that much about it. And she wouldn't want to scare Sapphire off.
You guys might think, well, you know, Brain Freeze and All Might are her favorite heroes. How could they scare her off? Well, they
Remember, she thought that her parents didn't
want her. So, and that hasn't come up, at least until now, because Misty, maybe by purpose, or because I kind of forgot to write this in one of the interviews in my fanfic, so whoops. But I'll say maybe on purpose, hasn't brought up the thought of parents aside from who they are, because she, doesn't want to press the issue. She doesn't want to give Sapphire any impression that she's looking for anything in particular.
Yeah.
And B, doesn't want to, like, bring back feelings of depression.
Yeah.
Because she's like, well, if this kid's, you know, if she knows we're her parents and she thinks that we don't want her, she's gonna be pretty sad about that.
Yeah.
So, when they call her in this time, it is All Might that goes and gets her. This is a pretty big conversation after all. However, Misty is with him. And upon getting into the teacher's lounge, the conversation goes something like, I can't word Misty very well, so if you wouldn't mind, like, how does Misty open this up? Because this is kind of, there's no easy way to open this conversation.
Misty more or less kind of starts with, I'm sure you are aware of the rumors of what has happened to, the rumors surrounding what has happened with Mai and, Toshinari's daughter.
To which Sapphire replies, well, yeah, there's rumors saying she's stillborn, but there's also some people saying that she's still alive out there somewhere. I kind of wanted to bring her back to you guys because, well, you know, no kid deserves to be parentless, at least when your parents want you. Which that would probably prompt, because Misty knows that Sapphire doesn't know her parents, she would probably inquire, like, well, why the remark like that?
Yeah, which she would.
And Sapphire would say, well, yes, I was looking for my parents, but also I kind of stopped looking for a while because even if I find them, it doesn't matter. They don't want me.
To which a very angry All Might would undoubtedly retort with, that's not true, which prompts the, how do you know that? Which prompts Misty smacking him upside the head, going, shut up, not yet.
Sakai barely trying to contain his laughter, by the way.
Yeah.
Because to Sakai, this is gold. This is hilarious.
Yeah.
So,
which eventually prompts the much needed conversation of the reveal of you are in fact the daughter.
To which, at first, Sapphire kind of laughs and goes, yeah, because that makes sense.
And Misty more or less face palms.
Mind you, this is before the DNA reveal, before, you know, Misty brings forth her proof.
Yeah. Sapphire
doesn't think it's possible to trick both Misty and All Might, and from what she's seen from Sakai, or how she knows him, Shogun, it wouldn't be very easy to steal a kid from these people.
Yeah.
So, in her mind, she's like, well, how on earth did, you know, if I am your kid, how did I get abducted in the first place? It kind of seems like that idea would take A, a lot of balls, and B, an insane amount of planning.
Sad part is, it was all luck. It was all 1,010% luck.
Is that how Misty actually just retorts?
Yeah, actually. Like, well, how would they... Luck. What do you mean? It was luck. I needed an emergency procedure. It was luck that Toshinari wasn't there at the time because normally the father can go back for said procedure. It was luck that that your heart stopped stopped twice. It was luck that the nurses left the room. It was literally all luck.
So, now we are kind of wrapping up her backstory, but there are some things I'd still like to go over. Number one, throughout this conversation, Misty asks, you know, where are you staying? Now they're getting into the nitty-gritty of how Sapphire is making her way through UA, because this is probably going to either anger them or sadden them to know that she's in a shitty hotel, walks 3 miles every day, and eats once. To which I am sure Misty doesn't grill her because, again, still trying not to scare her off, even though she knows their parents did just meet. Would probably be like, well, yo, you really do need to eat.
And also, like, you know, I paid for your meals for the rest of the semester, so please eat.
Who's got eyes?
Literally, you can get whatever you want. Oh, well, I don't want to take money away from you. I have more money than God. I'm good.
To which she would probably pull out a wad full of, like, hundreds and fifties and be like, this is fucking pocket change to me.
Yeah.
Sapphire, but, you know, that's still your money. Her. Looks around. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold up. What?
Looks around. What are you looking for? The fucks I give.
No. Hold up. Doing something important. What? Making another $1 billion. And I've made another $1 billion. Which I'm sure Misty could actually do, because doesn't she have stock in, like, a lot of All Might stuff?
A lot of All Might stuff, a lot of Present Mike stuff. She owns and manages a All Might themed bakery. She still is running her own hero agency, even though she is technically a retired hero. She is still running her own hero agency with new heroes that she sponsors and everything, and she gets part of their revenue. Yeah.
Now,
researching to sell regeneration, sponsoring doctors, and fucking pocket
Misty
change.
does ask Sapphire, look, do you want to come home? Do you know, what do you want to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're not staying at that hotel.
You have the option of either getting a nicer hotel that we will pay for and actually eat food, or you can come home.
And Sapphire looks at her. At this point, she's broken down into tears because she has found out that her parents are not assholes that don't want her. They've actually been looking for her for a long time. And she looks up and says, the only thing I've wanted to do for 16 years is go home. To which, I'm sorry, if your daughter looked at you and said that after being lost and thought dead, and your first instinct isn't, I'm gonna hug her, you're a bitch.
And Misty does, in fact, do that.
And now...
Which is funny, because Toshinari, it's like, first thing I'm going to do when she gets in here is hug her. And Misty went, no. Do not scare the poor child.
Opens door, Sapphire gets tackle hugged by All Might. I'm sorry, what the hell?
Yeah, like, no, you are not going to do that. Do not scare the poor child.
You are 7'5", she is 5'2". You might actually just belly bump her into oblivion.
Sapphire is barely taller than Misty. So, Toshinari slash All Might is, as Sapphire just said, 7 what? 7'2"?
7'5".
7'5".
That's including his
Misty's
little hair
5
thing.
foot. Misty is 5 feet tall.
Now, even though this isn't in her backstory, it is important to mention that Misty and Toshinari do sit Sapphire down and actually explain to her that the reason why she isn't as strong as she could be is straight up her body is using almost all of its caloric intake just to function.
Mm-hmm.
Because, in fact, she needs to eat a lot more than what she currently is, which is, if she's lucky, 2 sandwiches a day. And in the RP and in my fanfic, it is a running joke that if Sapphire randomly, either Misty, Sekai, or Toshinari will call Sapphire and make sure that she has eaten something more than a sandwich.
Yeah.
To which it would be like, hey, what have you eaten today? If Sapphire takes too long to respond, Misty will promptly remind her that we gave you a credit card with a $400 limit. You've currently spent $15. You need to get those numbers up. Those are rookie
400?
numbers.
I'm sorry, that bitch has $1,000 limit.
Either way, you need to get those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
Yes, and Misty never thought that she would have to convince a teenager to spend money.
Misty comes in, slams the door. You and Sapphire get into a fight. No, she just apologized for spending $15. Sekai looks at her confused. Shogun face ensues. You're mad that she's apologetic and a very polite and quite frankly well-rounded person, despite being on the road for so many years?
No, I'm mad that she apologized for spending $15 of money of which I have billions, literally billions of.
Now, Sapphire does eventually start eating right, and at first, while they should be enforcing a balanced diet, first priorities first is getting her to eat.
Yeah.
Because if she doesn't like seafood and you're trying to force a bunch of seafood, she's not gonna want to eat.
Yeah.
So they're like, I don't give a shit. What?
Eat something.
To which they find out that she's actually kind of a carnivore, so she likes eating meat and salads, and she drinks a shitload of Gatorade, which they find kind of funny. I'm sure.
Doesn't she and Misty share the same favorite food?
Yes. And, funny enough, just like her mother, guess what she can't stand?
Spicy food.
Now, before we transfer to Misty's backstory, there's one thing I think I need to say that is apparent to Sapphire's character. She is very protective over her parents, as asinine as that sounds. Her parents are brain freeze and All Might, but you try to hurt them, you're going through her, and All Might and Misty have a problem with sitting her down and being like, you're a fucking kid. We have a bodyguard. We're fine. Anyway, Misty's backstory, if you would be so kind.
Hold up.
Oh, one thing, people. I'm going to be a lot more quiet than with Sapphire's backstory because unlike with Sapphire being Misty's daughter, there's a lot less interaction between Sapphire and Misty before Sapphire was a thing. Obviously. I might pipe up and put in my opinion or say what I think might happen, but it is Hetsugai's character, and what she says goes about it. That being said,
Sorry.
Misty is a cinnamon roll that I will love.
I'm trying to get the right shade of red for this thing that I'm doing. It's like neon. I don't need neon. Anyway. So, Misty's backstory starts when she was 4 years old. This is a time when most people's quirks start to activate, as we know. And as most 4-year-olds, Misty's quirk went ahead and revealed itself. She did not know that her quirk had revealed itself. And as a result, she accidentally kidnapped some children who then went with her into the forest next to this small village that she lived in. She originally was from the mountains. And she did so by, her quirk works by touch. As long as her bare skin is touching some part of another living thing, be it through clothes, be it skin to skin contact, whatever, she can force her will upon you. Now this can be a very dangerous and or a very useful quirk. She can also delve in, she later finds out she can delve into people's memories, but that comes in much, much later. As a child, she accidentally convinced some kids to go into the woods with her, and they were lost. They found out that it was because her quirk had activated, she didn't know how to control it, so no charges were filed. However, her parents were kind of scared because they didn't want, anything bad to happen to their daughter. They didn't want people to misunderstand her and think that she was a monster. Understandably so. Now, Misty did spend a lot of time with her grandmother at this point in time because her grandmother was living with them. And her grandmother used to tell her stories of heroes and the heroes in the city, and more importantly, of Nana. Nana was her grandmother's favorite hero because Nana had, in fact, saved her grandmother's life. And when Nana was a young, fledgling hero, and when she was still in school, is when she saved her grandmother's life. It was during her internship after the UA Sports Festival of Nana's 3rd year, so she had her provisional license, and during her internship was allowed to actually conduct hero work. Now, several times before Misty's grandmother moved into the country to start and raise her family, she did run into Nana, and the two did actually become friends. And Misty used to love hearing the stories of this young hero who her grandmother admired not only as a hero but as a person with a very big heart. And she admired this person so much that she, in fact, wanted to become a hero just like her. Misty, growing up, thought that heroes were the best. She believed that they were very brave to do what they do, to put themselves in danger for the public, to help those in need with these amazing gifts that were popping up everywhere. And she wanted to become just like them. All of that kind of disappeared by the time she was age 6. And this is because at age 5, her mother, herself, her father, and her grandmother were kidnapped by agents of All for One. All for One found out about Misty's quirk and decided that it could be used. A person who can get anybody to do whatever she wants with no complaints, and can in fact also kind of get rid of their memories. For example, Misty could go up to a civilian, get the civilian to attack his brother, and the civilian would have no recollection of it whatsoever. So this very much so intrigued All for One, as crazy people do. And, you know, kidnapped her. He tried, this is where my trigger warnings are going to come in that I mentioned earlier. He tried to torture to get her to listen. He tried brainwashing her. He tried all of this that he could. And at first, Misty was very adamant that a hero was going to come and save her, that Nana was going to come and save her. Never did. She was shown a news report. She was shown a newspaper that basically showed that there was no one looking for her or her family, and that no one actually cared. And she then started to believe that maybe heroes are not as good as her grandmother once told her. And as such, by the time she turned 6 years old, she had pretty much given up on the thought of heroes. She believed that they only do it for the money, that they are not as selfless as one would as they would like everyone to believe. And she was scared and confused about how an entire family could go missing and the so-called heroes not even attempt to find them. This angered her, this frightened her, and more importantly, this made her stop believing in them. Now her life became about survival and nothing else. She wanted to ensure that she and her family lived through this ordeal. She wanted to ensure that they could see light again. So, finally, she was broken. All for One had managed to break her spirit. And he used this against her. He trained her. He taught her how to fight. He taught her to be good enough to get close enough to the holder of One for All to use his strength against him long enough so that she could destroy him. So that she could, all she needed was a touch, a simple touch, in order to get All for One on her side, or the holder of One for All on her side. So she is very good at what she does. And this went on for years until the age of 16, where she was secretly enrolled into UA. Her schooling and everything was made up, and she got in on special recommendation. 1 second. But she did not go into the first semester. No. She went into the second semester. And the summer of the first semester, after the first semester, before the second semester, is where she meets Toshinari Yagi. Toshinari is sitting, and he is enjoying his break. He is enjoying the time out of school from the very harsh training that he was enduring at the hands of, Gran Torino. He is still coming to grips with the fact that his mentor is dead, but he's doing what he can. And he's sitting and he's drinking his coffee when what should happen, but a young girl runs past him, begging him for help. Now, what is Toshinari going to do but, of course, assist? He sees this young girl running for her life, and he could tell just by one look in her eyes that she is absolutely terrified of whatever it is that she is running from. So he pulls her behind him. And Misty, who is faking the fear in a way, but is also actually afraid, starts for the first time doing the thing that she will continuously do anytime she is afraid from this point forward. When she is afraid and she is standing behind her husband, behind Toshinari, she has a habit of grabbing the back of his shirt and slowly peering around his arm so that you can really only see half of her face. This is a coping mechanism that she does when she is terrified of whatever's going on for whatever reason.
Can I make a side note on this? I would imagine that if Sapphire saw her do this, like, depending on the scenario, she might take a picture like, oh my gosh, this is adorable.
Yeah, now Misty does normally kind of do it now, like, whenever she is afraid, be it something like a jump scare, like someone dropped a book or something and it scared the shit out of her. She jumps behind Toshinari, grabs his shirt, and like peers around it, like the fuck. All the way to she sees Endeavor, and she was terrified of Endeavor for a while, and she tended to do this a lot around Endeavor. Toshinari, however, thought that it was absolutely adorable and teased her about it to no end, as he would, because she doesn't show her adorable side often, and to the point where most people don't believe she actually has one. And then she does shit like that, and he's like, "Look at her! Look at this precious cinnamon roll!" She's like, "Fuck off." So this young fledgling hero of Toshinari, who just finished up his first semester of UA, sees this girl that is begging for help and immediately pulls him behind her. She's peering around him. In comes this random person who is, in fact, going after her, and quite obviously the reason she's afraid, and is yelling to the point of, "Oh good, you caught her, give her to me, she tried to steal from my shop, blah 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 blah." Misty, playing her part very well, says, "I've never seen him before in my life, I don't know who he is. I was just walking and he tried to kidnap me." This is the clever ruse, quote unquote clever ruse, that she and this guy is her handler, came up with to trick Toshinari into trusting her. And it works because Toshinari isn't an asshole. He sees a girl that's afraid and is like, well, I'm gonna help. So Toshinari makes him go away. Misty thanks him. And she definitely knows his name because it was in fact given to her before she started on this mission. However, she doesn't want him to know that she knows, so she started calling him Sunshine.
Fun fact, this nickname sticks.
Yes, she calls him Sunshine because of his smile. Now, this is the first time that Misty, in her life since she was 5 years old, is allowed to go out someplace by herself and is not being watched 24/7. Misty is so used to being watched that this will come up later. She is, in fact, watched 24/7 by this criminal organization that had kidnapped her. And this is the first time that she's away from that. So she, by this point, is very jaded. She doesn't believe in heroes anymore, and to her, this is just a job. Or so she thinks. She sees Toshinari, and she sees the key to her freedom. As soon as I kill him, I will be free. I can leave. My parents will be free, and then I can die. She keeps doing what she's doing, not for her own freedom anymore, but for the freedom of her parents. Because she knows that she will not be able to live with herself when she realizes what she has done, when she accomplishes her goal, because she never wanted to hurt anybody in the first place. For a while, she did want to be a hero, and that is still kind of true. She doesn't want to be, you know, a killer. She doesn't want to be the bad guy. But now she has to in order to keep her family safe. In order to stay alive. So she does. And she definitely knows that her parents don't necessarily approve of it, but she's like, well, when I die, it's not like they're gonna care anyway. So upon seeing the smile, she calls him Sunshine. She thanks him. He asks if she wants to press charges, and she says no, because that is her handler, so she can't actually press charges against him as much as she wants to. Later on that day, she runs into him again, quote unquote, by chance. She finds him in a sorry, distracted. Alright, so she finds him in a convenience store that is close to his apartment. And he's buying his food for the week. And she bumps into him she taps on his shoulder and is like, oh, hey, Sunshine. And he's all like, oh, hey, it's you, you know, are you okay? Da da da. And they stand and talk for a moment, and she's like, oh, yeah, no, I'm fine, but you're standing in front of my favorite instant noodles. So, and by this point, it's, you know, it's raining outside. And she's very clearly not dressed for the rain. Again, this is all part of the ruse to try and get close to him. And he goes, well, do you not have an umbrella? And she's like, no, I left it at home, but you know what? I'll get in my daily run. He, as the gentleman he is, offers to walk her home because he does have an umbrella. And she tells him about where he lives, and he informs her, oh yeah, I live very close to there, so I live close to there too. It's on my way home, so how about I walk you home? And she says okay. So she stays with them for the rest of his shopping.
By
and
the
everything.
way, just one more interruption. I have to apologize. If y'all think he's a player smooth in this fanfic,
just wait till how he proposes. It's the most adorkable thing ever. Because we all know All Might, big, strong, true, yes. Koshinari, not so much. Koshinari is a lovable dork, and we all enjoy it.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
I cannot find the right shade.
I cannot find a car that can survive more than 3 minutes in a pursuit with me driving it.
Interesting. New drawing software is hard to find the right shade of many colors. Anyway. So she, you know, they're talking and everything, and they're having fun, and they're walking around, and finishes the shopping. He walks her home. They get close to her door, and there's a car that's driving up. Now, she was standing next to the street, and he was holding the umbrella, and there was a car that was driving up, and he saw that there was a puddle. So what does he do? He grabs her, turns her around so that he takes a hit, and the puddle splashes against him right when they're close to her apartment and drenches him. Like, he is absolutely drenched to the bone. And she's like, oh no, you know, you should come up to my apartment, you know, I'll get you dried off, you know, we don't want you getting sick, anything like that, blah blah blah, playing the part of the spy quite well. Well, he agrees, he comes up, and you know, gets changed and everything. And they sit and they talk for a while. Now, Toshinari is pretty smitten with this new person that he met. He also wants to make sure she's okay because of her would-be attackers that he saw earlier. So he goes ahead and he goes home afterwards, after his clothes are dried and everything, and ends up, she gets a visit from her would-be attacker. Surprise, surprise, it's her handler, like I said earlier. And he asks her if she's made contact and all of this, and she goes, yes, I have. And, you know, it's at this point that it's revealed to the audience that she is in fact a double agent that is there to kill him. And she says, you know, it's such a shame, I almost would believe that he's a good person. And the next day rolls around and Toshinari is once again finds himself at the doorstep of this mystery girl once again, where he is asking her if she would like to accompany him on his daily run. What?
I'm just imagining him going, want to go for a run? Like doing a little run and jog thing, or run and place thing. And like, she kind of rolls her eyes and goes, you are not smooth, dude, don't try.
Yeah. Well, he asks her if she would like to go for a run, and by this point she does actually know what his name is, however, she does still call him Toshinari. I am so mad that I cannot get the skin tone right.
Sunshine,
Every skin tone. Yeah, she calls him Sunshine. Every skin tone that I am trying for this drawing that I'm doing makes the person look sickly. And I'm really upset.
I'm really upset that I just wrecked a van. Down by the river. Because now the Popo be shooting at me. I'm gonna just drive on the train tracks now. This thing's already beat to hell.
So, you know, she's taking it in stride and whatever, and is like, oh, so what are you doing here, you know, da-da-da, and he goes, oh, well, you know, I was in the neighborhood, and she kind of looks at him and goes, you know, that's the oldest excuse in the book, and he goes, no, I know, but in this case it's true, I actually live really close to her, really close to here. She, in fact, knows this, but goes, oh, really, that's weird. And, you know, during their talks, he finds out that she's in fact going to go to UA and all of that, and so he's like, you know, I guess it wouldn't be so bad if we got to know each other since you're coming in halfway through the first year. This way you're not, you know, when school starts up again, you won't feel as awkward coming in and not knowing anybody. Toshinari trying to be slick when he's not slick. But, you know, give the man some credit. He was shy most of his life. And has no confidence in his, outside of his hero form.
And before y'all make fun of him for not being slick, let me remind you that you're a hopeless loser on the internet.
And unlike you, he still got the girl.
Oh!
Even if it did take him 3 hours to ask her to marry him.
Actually, I've rewatched that movie and it's 3 hours and 13 minutes.
Does that include the credits?
Oh no, with the credits it's more like 3 hours and 30 minutes.
And that's the extended version, right?
I own the director's cut, which is longer than the extended version. So, before y'all are asking what the fuck are we on about?
When he goes to propose to her, it takes him the entirety of the extended version of the first Lord of the Rings movie to ask her, and before you ask, no, we do not mean he was waiting until the right moment to ask her. He literally was stuttering his way through the entire movie trying to ask her.
I got this. Is this the right moment? Ah, no, damn it. The Death Stalkers just showed up. I hate it when you're trying to propose to the girl, but the Death Stalkers keep getting in your way.
Yeah, no, it wasn't that. It was literally, so, Misty, you know, we've known each other for a while, and, you know, we've been dating for a while, and it was literally a speech the entire length of the extended version of Lord of the Rings, and the only reason that she didn't call him out on it, or get him to stop, was because she low-key thought it was adorable.
Tangent over, I do apologize. In case you guys don't know, yes, I'm already aware of everything that happens in this story. Yes, Misty is actually one of my favorite heroes because she does know what it means to be a villain. But she's also actually kind of a villain herself. Which I'll call out later when it's appropriate.
So, as she's kind of chuckling to herself that Toshinari is using the oldest excuse in the book of, oh, I was in the neighborhood, but in this case it's actually, you know, true. She agrees. Sure, I'll go on a run with you, just let me go and get my, you know, my running gear on. It is at this point that Toshinari notices that her hand is bandaged up. Now, before Toshinari had come over to not so subtly hit on the new girl, Misty had been in the shower remembering a lot of what had happened to her. And she, in this apartment that she was living in, had one of those stone showers that, where the whole wall is made out of stone and is very, and it's like rough. It's like a rough stone that hasn't been purified, like the stone walkways or stuff, or like those fancy Japanese stone showers that have like the drain on the inside. She had one of those, and she had punched the wall a few times, and it was at this point in time that she had told herself that when this is all said and done, she will just, how I had it worded in the fanfic is that she would just fade away and cease to exist. Meaning, she was going to kill herself once she killed Toshinari. Because she can't live, as I keep saying, she couldn't live with it. And you might be asking, well then why do it? Again, her family is being held captive by this crazy motherfucker.
Let me know.
So, Toshinari sees that she's injured and is like, oh, we should take you, you know, to the hospital and get you checked out and blah blah blah. Misty doesn't like the doctors because of what has happened to her in the past, and she cannot stand to be around a doctor. She cannot stand hospitals, needles, any kind of surgical or instrument or anything that you would find in a doctor's office. She doesn't like at all because it has been used for her in torture. So she, as such, is like, oh no, you know, it's fine. It's not needed. You know, I'll be okay. It's all good. And
Joke's
he's
on
like,
her.
no.
She doesn't have a choice.
Yeah, he's like, no, seriously, come on. You know, it could get infected. We don't want that. Da da da. Is that and the others?
He does actually have a fair point.
Yeah, he does. So he goes ahead and he convinces her to go to the doctor. And she does. And he stays with her the whole time, and he notices that she is very giddy and upset and clearly wanting to be anywhere but at this doctor's appointment. And he's like, hey, are you okay? You know what's going on? You seem really, really upset and bothered by this. And, you know, he's trying to be a nice guy. And she explains that she doesn't really like the doctor's office, and he goes, "Oh, it's okay. I'll be here with you the whole time if you want me here. I won't let anything hurt you." Da da da. Standard hero BS. And she's kind of not fully believing it because she's like, "Well, he wants something from me. He's just like everyone else in the world," and she's still not really believing in heroes, but she is slowly coming around to the idea that maybe, just maybe, this guy is different. So then classes start up again.
Spoiler warning, he is.
Yeah. So classes start up again, and she finds herself in his class. Surprise, surprise. Not really, not to her. And she walks up to him on the first day, and by this point they have this kind of flirty attitude type thing that they kind of go back and forth, not so subtly flirting with each other, and where he pretends he has some game, and
oh damn,
she pretends he has some game,
but
and
okay, but you have to admit there was at least 1 or 2 points where she's like, you hate to watch him go, but damn, you love to watch him leave.
Yeah, she not so subtly does check him out.
First time she sees him swimming, after the whole event, she's sitting there like fanning herself. Have you found the holder? Oh, I found the holder, all right.
Oh, I found him. Oh, and he is delicious.
Another go there?
I am just imagining
Now, time for your bets.
All for One being like getting the report. So apparently she says, and I quote, "He is delicious." All for One. I mean, yeah, those eyes. I mean, kill him.
I mean, kill him.
I'll need your bets now, please.
Yeah. So she not so subtly flirts with him back as absolutely part of the fact that she's supposed to kill him. And get close to him.
You're supposed to get close. Oh, don't worry. There's going to be a lot of close.
Let's see those bets now.
Yeah. And so she's casually sitting on his desk, and
Let's start.
again, by this point, she does in fact know that his actual name is, Toshinari and everything. But does she use it? No. Nah, she does just straight. She sits down and she goes, "Hey, sunshine."
It's at this point that you need to realize that she is, in fact... I'm gonna just say she's hot.
Yeah.
So someone like Misty to Toshinari would be like, he's probably going like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe this girl is completely flirting with me right now. Look at me."
Let's begin.
Yeah. Because we all know it's heavily documented that Toshinari has the,
Let's see those bets now.
the not the social awareness, the, self-esteem of a
House wins.
16-year-old girl who's not a part of the popular crowd that has been diagnosed with major depression. And if you don't believe me, go rewatch the second episode of My Hero Academia, where he literally says, "I'm not a real hero," because he physically cannot do anything to save Bakugo from the slime monster, and because of that, because he is injured
I'll need your
and
bets now.
dying, so he can't do anything, he says, "I'm not a real hero." Boy, shut the fuck up. Anyway. So,
Go again.
Misty proceeds to flirt with them and is like, "Oh, hey, sunshine, if we keep running into each other," like, word for word what she says is she casually sits on his desk in the UA skirt, you know, with her legs crossed, kind of leaning towards him with probably one too many buttons unbuttoned. And is just like, oh, hey, sunshine, you know, if we keep meeting up like this, people are going to start to talk, although... And then just kind of gives him a once-over, goes, might not all be talk. And again, she's absolutely doing this because it's part of her mission to get close to him.
Oh, hell no, she wants some of that.
I mean, she is a 16-year-old girl. She does have hormones.
But can I actually pause this to tell a really quick story?
Mm-hmm.
So, this
I finally found the right shade that I'm happy with. Hell yeah.
This very scenario happened to our dear old Sarge.
Really?
Oh, he never told you?
No. Now I'm mad at him.
Oh.
Is it the girl that his sister-in-law gave him the number for?
Artemis, yes.
Gave his number to?
Which is her online persona.
I'm so mad. I'm
So
so mad at him.
Should I tell the story?
Another go there?
We should save that for story time.
Am I telling you after?
Good. Now
Yes.
time for your bet.
Okay. Proceed.
So, yeah. Misty's not so subtly flirting with Toshinari. Toshinari's not so suddenly, most likely, getting hard as
Okay,
boy
do
with
you
teenage
blame
boy
him?
hormones. No.
I'll need
Teenage
your
boy
bet
with
now.
teenage boy hormones. Hell, the picture that I picked for Misty, I'd bang her. And she's an extension of myself, so I'd essentially be banging myself, but still.
I mean, hell, you know, she's up for it. And before you guys get any ideas, no, I am not hitting on Hitsugaya.
I mean, if she was hitting on me, you'd know.
Let's start, shall we?
That being said, if I had my own body...
Good. Now
And hang on, and comment rage in 3, 2, 1.
So, yeah, she's not so subtly flirting with him. He not so subtly is enjoying it because, well, teenage boy and teenage boy hormones and cute girl thinking you're cute. So,
Not to
yeah.
mention, this boy does need a self-esteem boost.
great. Bets are now
Yeah.
closed. Let's begin.
I love him. I love him dearly, but my god, man. So, he is...
Let's see those bets now.
They end up getting closer, and Toshinari is, in fact, friends with my other OC, Aurora, and with Hizashi and
Another go there?
Aizawa.
Good.
And as Toshinari is getting closer to Misty,
Close now. Let's
and Aurora and Hizashi are exploring their newfound relationship, and as
I'll need your bets now.
not in that way, you pervert.
Bullshit.
No, I'm serious. No, not
Oh.
until they were actually graduated from.
Oh, I was about
high
to say,
school.
I'm sorry, didn't we just get through saying teenage boy and teenage boy hormones?
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean they did anything. Hell, Misty and Toshinari didn't actually start dating until they were
I'm
graduated
not
for 3
saying
years.
anything too risky, but I'm gonna say there might have been a long hug in there or two.
Great. Bets are now closed.
I mean-
Let's begin.
Did Hizashi not make out with his beautiful girlfriend that he fell in love with kind of at first sight? Of course he did. Did it go beyond that? Not until they graduated high school because they were living in the dorms. And, well, the dorms were the way that I had the dorm set up in my story was that the whole dorm was co-ed and it was set up more like a college dorm. And the dorms, some of them were adjoining rooms.
I'll need your bets.
And
That being
in
said,
the,
if I had my own body and Aurora had her own body, we might talk there
Bets are
too.
closed now. Let's start.
Just because I think Aurora's actually adorable.
she's a goddamn cinnamon roll and can actually play just about any musical instrument that exists.
Let's see those bets now.
So she,
House wins.
you know, so Toshinari is close friends with Aurora, is close friends with Hisashi. Actually, Toshinari was in a band with Hisashi and Aurora over the summer with a friend of Aurora's. And they, you know, they played everything at the coffee shop that Hisashi's parents own.
Called Trouble in the Bad Sticks.
No, that's not what the band was called.
Okay, I'm sorry for having like 2 seconds to think of a name. That was good.
I don't actually have a name for the band, so I might actually steal that. And Aizawa was also a part of this band, mostly because Aurora and Aizawa actually grew up next door to each other their entire lives because their mothers are best friends, and his mother babysat her quite frequently because her mother was a single mother and had to get back to work sooner than most people did, and her mom's a very successful surgeon to the point where she's now on the board of directors for the hospital that she works at, as well as being the head of her department. So, in every sense of the word, Aizawa and Aurora are in fact siblings. Please do not ever test him on his love for his sibling. He might actually just fucking end you. If you think it's bad when someone threatens his students, threaten his sister, you won't be having a good fucking day.
By the way, for you, those of you who don't know, like I said at the long ago at the beginning of this video, Sarge is currently in astral plane, so he's kind of here with us, but you guys won't be able to hear him, to my best of my knowledge.
I can sometimes hear him.
And he is, I'm currently at the casino mainly for Hitsugaya's information, and I'm just kind of, you know, trying to win some chips while we're going through the story. And I literally just won 14,000 combined.
Nice.
Because I did some hands before I played and some hands after, or before we recorded, and altogether I've won about 14,000.
Nice.
So I'm at like 100,000 right now. I'm about to go to the high stakes table, if I can find it. I'm sorry, continue.
So, yeah, and then also in this group is an OC of someone that I'm not friends with anymore, so I'm not going to say the OC's name, and, Toshinari was also friends with this person. Well, the criminal organization that Misty worked for, believed that they needed Toshinari needed a push to get closer to Misty. So they orchestrated an attack on Hisashi and...
I'm not sure why they thought that, because in retrospect, this girl's sitting on the desk flirting with him. Yeah, give it time, boys, don't worry.
Yeah.
He needs a push. Mate, he gets too big of a push, she might have a kid.
Time to send in your bets.
Talk about your Delaware smashes.
An 11. A 10. Would you like another card?
Am I wrong?
And that's 20. Another card?
Talk about your Delaware smashes. Fuck. Anyway, continue.
Thank you for playing.
For any of you who thought that this would be a PG video, it's PG-13 at best.
Whoops.
As I was saying, so they orchestrated an attack on our little band of misfits. An attack of which, because at the time when I wrote this attack, it was a planned attack. However, everyone was going to survive, but because I had a falling out with the person who did create the other OC who was dating Aizawa at the time, I did not feel it right to continue to use said OC, so said OC died.
That's a 14. 6. Do you want another card?
She died from her injuries, the injuries being they were run down in the street and then shot. They were run over by a car when they were coming home from hanging out, and then they were shot. And
Okay, bets are closed. Let's begin.
it had a profound effect on Toshinari to a point where he was actually very close with these people. So he
15. And
was understandably very upset. And he had went to Misty and was talking to her about it, and she was there for him and she helped comfort him and everything. And Misty later on found out that this was orchestrated by the criminal organization that she was working for. And it really upset her because she, by this point, was very slowly coming around to the idea that she might have a crush on Toshinari because
Bitch,
he
I'm
was...
sorry, you're just now finding this out? Welcome to the club. We meet every Sunday.
Yeah. She was starting to be very close with him, and she thought that he was a genuinely good person. And the first that she has ever met in her life, other than her grandmother, who... What?
He's a genuinely good person. On a side note, I'm gonna wreck that ass.
Yeah, her grandmother by this point was killed. Her grandmother was killed as part of methods used to break her.
Let's start, shall we?
And again, obviously she was finally broken. And so this actually physically hurt her to see Toshinari in so much pain, and she, to the point where she actually asked Toshinari if he wanted her to use her quirk on him to make him forget that this character ever existed, so that he might have some peace. He said no, that he was going to use it to push himself forward, but the offer was there.
Bets are now closed. Let's begin.
About a week later, she had her check-in with her handler, and he asked how things were going since they had killed the
See those
girl.
bets now.
And she was like, what? And he went, yeah, we had orchestrated that whole thing and everything. And she had asked why, and they said, well, obviously to get him closer to you, da-da-da. And by this point, Misty had told them that she wanted nothing more to do with this, that she wanted out.
Good. Now, time for your bets.
And,
Bets are
well,
closed now. Let's
her
start, shall
handler was not happy with that, told her that she has to listen or else, things would happen to her parents and it would just be a very bad time for her.
we? Please.
She tried to say that to just give her parents that they have enough information on both UA and on Toshinari that they can carry out their plans and without her, and she just wanted to leave.
Another
It was
go
at this
there?
point she was informed that her parents supposedly committed suicide.
Let's see those bets.
She
now.
knew that it was bullshit. She knew
Great.
that
Bets are now closed.
the
Let's begin.
guys that she worked for absolutely were the ones who did it. That doesn't mean she could do anything, for she is a 16-year-old scared
Good.
child.
Now, time for your bets.
She stood up on the roof of the dorms and she cried for the first time in years. She cried. She was told that they had nothing to do with it, that they in fact committed suicide because they could not stand to have her as a daughter any longer, that now she has nowhere else to go, that Toshinari wouldn't accept her, that Yue wouldn't accept her, and that if she turned herself into the police, she would be
Toshinari
killed.
will never accept you for who you are 20 seconds later, Toshinari. Hey, are you okay?
Yeah. So she stands up here and she's crying for about 15-20 minutes, and she's looking at the edge of the building and wondering if she should just jump now, because she cannot find it in herself to continue what she's doing and hurt Toshinari, who, as far as she has ascertained, has not done anything wrong in his life.
Good. Now, time for your bets.
Unlike what she had been told that, you know, he's much like the other heroes, that he's only doing it for the money and that he doesn't actually care, and she has yet to find any kind of proof of this. So as she's standing there wondering if she should just jump, Toshinari, who for this past week had actually been sleeping in her dorm because he didn't want to be by himself, had come out to check on her and see if she was okay.
I'll need your bets now, please.
You good there?
Oh, yeah. Did I say something?
So he comes up to do what Toshinari would do and see if she's okay. And to this day, she will not tell him about this, that she had almost jumped that night. But she tells him no, that she's not, and she cries she continues to cry, and not only is it at this point for the first time in a long time, it's for the first time in front of somebody since she was like 4. And she tells him about her parents and everything, that they are dead, that they had committed suicide, and that she had just been called. She tells him a half-truth. She tells them that her parents had just committed suicide, and that the police from her hometown up in the mountains had just contacted her and would be sending over the suicide note for her to look at soon. Well, he comforts her and everything, and once again stays in her dorm totally because, you know, she needs comfort and not at all because he has a crush on her.
Well, and I'm actually gonna, even though I have been ragging on these two this whole time, I'm gonna say I do genuinely believe if Toshinari saw somebody in this kind of pain, he would do his utmost to comfort them.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And if that meant staying in their dorm all night and talking with them, so be it. Now, am I going to deny that he has the world's biggest crush on this girl and would want nothing more than for her to be in his arms? Hell no. We're not gonna lie. But
yeah,
I would
even
imagine,
he's admitted at this point. At this point in the fanfiction, I'm pretty sure he's actually admitted to someone that he had a crush on her.
I would imagine also that this is more like, you know what, my feelings, there's shit at play here that needs to be attended to.
Congratulations.
So, yeah, he helps comfort her and whatever. And in this moment of one of her weakest points and one of her lowest points is when she also decides something else, that she cannot go through with what is being asked of her. So she slowly devises a plan. In the coming weeks, she is slowly attempting to get as much distance and get as much money saved up as possible to get away from her captors. She does, Toshinari does finally introduce her to his friends. He was going to do it the night of the attack, but considering that, you know, they were attacked and in the hospital, he thought it best not to do it right at that point in time, for obvious reasons. So they all go to karaoke, and Aizawa, who still has not gotten over the death of his girlfriend, has not gotten over the almost death of someone that is basically his sister, he is still a very wary person. And we can admit, Aizawa is very smart. It is at this point in time that he is very wary of meeting new people because he's wary of people getting close to him and feeling the loss again, considering everything that's happened. He notices a few things about Misty as the group is walking to the place that they're going to hang out for karaoke night. She seems to be keeping a very close eye on Aurora and Hizashi and kind of mimicking Aurora's body language. Now, at this point in time, as I have mentioned, Aurora and Hizashi are in fact dating. Toshinari had his arm wrapped around her because she did let out a shiver because it is, it's getting cold, it's fall, whatever. So he is doing the gentlemanly thing and trying to keep her warm. Also, because he, not so subtly has a crush on her. Also, he is still kind of iffy about the rise. There's been reports at this point of rise in crime and villain activity, and he wants to keep his friends safe. So he thinks that he can do a better job at keeping Aurora or keeping Misty safe if he has his arm around her, because he can get her out of the way of any trouble that may or may not show its face while they are going off campus.
I'm doing this solely to protect you, Misty.
Yeah, bullshit. And Aizawa knows it.
Misty.
Aizawa at this point, while watching this happen, does make the mental conclusion that, oh my god, he is so in love with her, it's fucking ridiculous, and the fact that he hasn't made a move is also ridiculous. I swear to god, if it was any more obvious, he'd have a flashing neon sign.
Misty grabs his ass. Fine, but I'm doing this to protect you.
So Misty starts trying to mimic what she thinks is normal, like, protocol. What?
I just catapulted a car.
Oops.
Don't worry about it, I'm fine. Car's fine too.
Is it?
Yep, it's still driving.
And Misty is trying to mimic, normal human behavior because she's not really all that good at it. And she notices, she's also at this point has stated, or I have made it clear to the audience that she actually does feel very safe around Toshinari. She feels like she can let down some of the walls that she has as a guard around herself, around him, and does so. And Aizawa, during his breakdown of her activities and of her movements and body language, notices that every time Toshinari moves like he's going to move away from her, what she, whether subconsciously or not, he doesn't know, moves with him, and that they're kind of like magnets.
Not that Toshinari's complaining at all.
Yeah. She has her head on a swivel like she's expecting to be attacked. She is always looking around, and she always waits. Like, if one of the things that he noticed was anytime a joke was told, she always waited half a second to laugh before everyone else does, unsure if she should actually be laughing or not. She is very much so, very obviously to Aizawa at least, basing everything that she does off of everyone else and trying to conform to what they are doing. Now, he finds this weird, and he already sort of wondered about her because she came out of nowhere. She came in as a transfer student in the second semester to a school that has a less than 1% acceptance rate, with a weird story of, oh yeah, you know, my paperwork for acceptance got lost in the mail, so they made an exception and let me come in, you know, this semester, da da da. She made very quick friends with Toshinari. She, not long after she showed up, you know, he and his sister and his best friend and girlfriend were attacked. He, you know, as soon as she got to town, because Toshinari did mention, oh yeah, I made a new friend, and had tried to introduce them to her over the summer, but she always kept making excuses not to show up. He is only just now meeting her several months after Toshinari first told them about her. And Aizawa finds it weird, and he also finds weird the kind of fake movements that she's doing, kind of like the fake hanging out and all of this, and he's wondering what is up with it. And he's had kind of suspected her a little before at this point, because he listened to Toshinari kind of drone on about her and all of this, but every day during lunch, whenever he tried to get her to go and sit with them, she wouldn't go. She, you know, he tried to get Misty in any way, shape, or form to meet his friends, and she always had some excuse to not do it. And this struck Aizawa as very weird, and he wanted to know more about her, particularly because he didn't want his sister put in danger again. So they get to karaoke night, and they're having fun as teenagers do. And this song comes on.
Hello, you're through to Pegasus Lifestyle Management. How can I help?
A song about overcoming, about you know, a guy, not a guy specifically, but someone coming and
call again. Goodbye.
Making things better for the singer and kind of saving the singer from themselves or whatever. And Misty just straight got up and walked away. And it was too much for her. She was kind of upset because she's like, well, heroes don't really exist, da-da-da, this, that, and the other. And she's still at odds with herself over what she was planning on doing, whether or not she wanted to tell Toshinari the truth, whether she or not she wanted to leave and not do anything, or, you know, everything that was going on with her. So Aizawa follows her out and talks to her because, let's be real, karaoke's not really his scene. And he talks to her and he asks her, you know, oh, what's going on? Are you okay? Da da da. And she ends up grabbing his wrist. Now, mind you, she's barehanded. And uses her quirk on him and tells him that he will not remember anything of what she's about to tell him. And then she then confesses everything to him. She tells him her whole life story about how she was kidnapped, about why she's actually there, and what she's planning on doing. Aizawa, who is kind of in a trance at this point, is telling her that she should be honest with everyone, that she should go to the police, especially because a lot of people are going to be in danger. She's given information about security protocols for UA, about where there's a dark spot in the security, where there are, blind spots in the security. She has given information on Toshinari about how his quirk works. The one thing, though, that no, I'll save that one, because it's going to be more impactful when she ends up telling later on. So she ends up telling him everything, and then when she lets go of his wrist, he doesn't remember. And all he remembers is that they had a heartfelt conversation about how she's just really upset because she's still overcoming her parents' death. And Aizawa believes that this is true. Now, the thing with Misty's quirk is that her compulsion is only as strong as her will for it to be strong. As I have mentioned, her will to continue with this lie was very quickly dwindling down to nothing. So the compulsion itself wasn't really as strong as it normally could be. Which means that the slightest reminder of the conversation or of Aizawa's suspicions about her, because she did in fact ask if he was suspicious of her, and he said yes, so she erased his suspicions of her as well. The slightest reminder could break the compulsion. What she didn't think to ask, and what he didn't tell her, was that he had taken notes about his suspicions of her on his phone because he knew how her quirk worked. And just in case. He had been teamed up with her in an exercise where the two classes got together and did a training exercise together. He had been teamed up with her and had, because of that, learned the basics of how her quirk worked and figured out the rest for himself based upon news reports of civilians hurting other civilians in the midst of villain attacks and having no recollection of it. So he kind of felt weird and everything, and he was going through the notes in his phone and had found the notes that he had put there himself about his suspicions of Misty, and as such actually broke the compulsion. But because he broke the compulsion, he did know everything. He knew her backstory. He knew that she was very likely going to change sides very soon. And in fact, the very next night she did. And he actually ended up breaking the compulsion about 2 days after the hangout at the when they went to the karaoke. So by that point, when he did break it, she had actually told Toshinari the truth about everything. She told him about how she was kidnapped. She told him about her parents, about her grandmother, everything. She told him every single word that she had ever reported back to the people that had taken her captive. She told him everything she knew about the organization. She told him everything she knew about their current plan. She told him about how they wanted him dead. She told him about how they were the ones that was responsible for the death of his mentor. She told him everything.
And it's at this point that you're probably wondering how her handler hasn't noticed this obvious slip.
Her handler is only in contact with her by phone, and they are so convinced in themselves that the compulsion that they have her that the brainwashing that they have her under, because they have in fact had her under their control since she was 4 years old. She was actually brainwashed by these people. They think that there's not a chance in hell that she's ever going to turn her back on him because she has been with them for over a decade. She's completely submissive to them. But that smile.
What was the most powerful brainwashing you ever created broke by a goddamn guy with a smile?
Yeah. She's not kidding when she says that his smile saved her life. His kindness, his smile, his attitude is what caused the change in her. It was Toshinari Yagi is the reason why she turned against her captors, not All Might. That's why she will forever say that Toshinari Yagi is her favorite hero. But I digress. As she's telling Toshinari everything that she told her captors, he noticed that she left one very important thing out that he did in fact tell her. that he used to be quirkless. That he doesn't have a family. She never told them about that. He had confided in her that he only recently developed a quirk, and that for the longest time he was quirkless. He never told her how all for one, or how one for all worked, and that it was passed down, though she already knew. But he did in fact tell her that he didn't always know that he had a quirk. And she never like put two and two together. Well, she did in her mind, but she never told them that he's quirkless. And he asked her why. And she said, because they have enough on you already. And anything that she really actually told them was, he figured out everything that she actually told them wasn't completely detrimental to what they knew about him. She didn't tell them about her family. She didn't tell them about major leaks in security that could actually do harm to the students. They mentioned, oh yeah, the cafeteria has a blind spot, but she didn't tell them about any blind spots to actually get into the building or to get into the grounds. And he asked her why, because her answer was important to him as to why she wouldn't use such prominent information that he knows that she has. And she said, because they have enough against you, they didn't need more from me. She didn't use how he was destroyed when Nana died. He didn't use how he didn't have a family or anything like that, because she kind of related to it. She didn't want to give them more ammunition about him than she already was. And because of this, it is the only reason that he did what he does next, which is take her to the police and get her immunity for her crimes. He found out that she didn't actually really do all that much. She never fought against heroes. She messed with people with her quirk, but she was under an influence of an undue kind of, she was under the influence of a bad guy. And she told an ADA everything and was granted immunity for it and protection, which this then prompted that she was kind of going undercover then. And she didn't tell them right away, but she did tell them about all the bases and she didn't tell right away the bad guys. They were not informed right away of everything that was going on. However, their plan to attack during the UA Sports Festival that year was thwarted, and the police waited to the UA Sports Festival when they knew they'd be attacking and most of the bases would be empty, to take out all of the bases that Misty knew about, which was quite a high number. And it was at that point that they realized that Misty did betray them, and she and Toshinari then had to move. And being broke teenagers that had no family, they decided to move in together because of money. Now, Misty, they each had a job and paid for rent. They had this shitty one-bedroom apartment, and Toshinari took the couch and Misty had the bedroom. But I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Toshinari did take a while before he trusted Misty again when she first told him, and so he continued to sleep in her dorm. Now, not because he needed comfort, not because he had a crush on her, but because he didn't completely trust her anymore. Anytime she would get up to go anywhere, he would follow. Whether it was to go to a vending machine, whether it was to go get a snack from the lunchroom, or from down in the kitchen, he would follow. he also didn't have that same warm smile towards her that she had come to rely on. And she couldn't necessarily blame him for it either. So
now, I would like to interject because you guys know the far future from me, Misty, and Toshinari you're hearing right now. Because you heard Sapphires. Yes, that they do eventually get back to where they were. But
it just takes a while.
Understandably, it's not something that... Because once you hear, oh, I've been sent to kill you, I know everything about you, you have to wonder what was true.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if you're about to blame All Might for not trusting somebody that was literally sent to kill her, A, don't worry about it, he marries her in the end, and B, what the fuck?
Yeah. And it's a running joke in Sapphire's fanfic that he did in fact marry his assassin.
To the point where Momo, who has been aged up, Sekai asks any good ways to get with Momo, and Toshinari himself goes, oh, we'll just have All For One send her after you to kill her. Works for me.
Yeah.
And Misty probably thinks he's an asshole.
Misty looked at him and went, you ass, and he looked at her and went, but am I wrong? And she goes, no, but still.
Now, does she hate this joke? Probably not.
She makes it herself sometimes, too. Upon Sapphire meeting Deku, she goes, All For One didn't send him. It's probably not going to work out.
Deku
and then when they start
up.
dating, she straight goes, she looks at Sekai and goes, I wonder if All For One did send him.
Sekai, not taking it as a joke, blitzes towards Deku. No, it's a joke!
It's a joke, it's a joke, it's a joke!
Deku, how close did I come to dying? Misty, you really don't want to know.
Yeah, how close did I come to dying? Yes!
Sekai wouldn't behead a kid. Sekai, target acquired.
Yeah, I've got you in my sights. Difference is he's actually dangerous. And doesn't need a green bot.
Anyway. Continue.
But yes. So, the funny thing. Remember way back ago when I mentioned that Misty is not used to having any kind of privacy at all.
Oh, we're at that part. Can I make a small concession here? Now, we are approaching the 4-hour mark of this video.
Oh shit.
Do you want to continue the story now, or should we continue it tomorrow?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
Sean's got to be in bed by 4, so let's cut the video here.
Oh, I'm almost done.
Oh, okay, well then finish up.
So, as I mentioned, Misty is not used to having any kind of, well, privacy at all. And after 4 weeks of Toshinari treating her, rightfully so, as a criminal, and not giving her any kind of chance to kind of redeem herself in his eyes or try to fix anything, she gets very frustrated. So after a shower, she straight walks back into her dorm room. Now, mind you, in my story, the showers are connected. Each dorm has its own private shower. She walks out of the shower to confront Toshinari and is like, look, I know that you can't trust me, but you haven't even, but if you're going to be mad at me, I need you to at least yell at me. I need you to do something. Because by this point, he was basically been giving her the silent treatment and only speaking to her when absolutely necessary for the past, like, 3 weeks or so. And she's very quickly becoming sick of this. What she didn't do was wrap a towel around herself. Toshinari looks up to retort, expecting her to be clothed or at the very least have a robe on, to find a very naked, still wet Misty standing in front of him. He turns a tomato, turns around, and stops looking at her. And she's like, what? And she goes, would you please put on some clothes? And she's like, what? Looks down and went, oh. And you would think, oh, she would be embarrassed. No, she's just like, it's not that bad. And he goes, yes, it is. And she just kind of shrugs, puts on a towel and a robe, and comes back out to confront him. What finally gets him to trust her again is there's another attack on the kids where they're trying to take out, they're trying one last ditch effort once they have realized that, in fact, Misty has betrayed them. They're trying to take out Misty and Toshinari, so there's a drive-by shooting where Misty does, in fact, save Toshinari's life, and he starts beginning to trust her again, and that's at which point they get the apartment. Now, as they're living together in this apartment, as they are both college students with, or not college students, high school students with a very demanding career path and training program, they don't actually have a lot of money. They have like this shitty little one-bedroom apartment where Toshinari slept on the couch and Misty slept in the bedroom, and they would actually trade back and forth who got the bedroom so that, you know, they both had a chance of getting really good sleep. And at one point, they just fucking decided to get a room divider in the bedroom and get 2 beds and call it a fucking day. They often didn't have enough money to keep the apartment fully stocked with food. So Misty takes it upon herself to, without Toshinari knowing, use some of her money to buy him food that she knows that he likes and add it to where he kept his food so that he would always have enough food for him to eat so that he could be at his full strength whenever they were in classes and stuff.
Which,
while she...
If I can make a concession here, I do apologize. I know this is your character and everything, but I just want to put forth that this is why that even before she was known to be her daughter, and that it was more like probably Misty was still starting to get on her about food because well, let's just say
Misty knows what it's like.
Yeah.
She did go to class hungry many times, and Toshinari never actually found out that that's what she was doing, or anything like that, but she did keep doing it because she knew that he had to eat more than her, and she was very supportive of his dream to become the symbol of peace and she wanted to make sure that he had the as much chance as he could without anything holding him back to do it. So she, took it upon herself to do what she could, and in some times, yeah, she went hungry for it. Now, she didn't complain. She didn't care.
That being said, these days in the fanfic and RP, food isn't a worry around the house.
Yeah.
Now it's more like, which one of you fuckers hasn't eaten? This thing's still fully stocked.
Yeah. But she also kind of did it as... She did it not because she wanted praise, not because she wanted him to forgive her, but really because she wanted him to have the best shot possible at his dream. And she also kind of still blamed herself for everything that was happening. You know, he had to spend money to break his lease. She's part of the reason why they are in such hard times, and she wanted to make up for it. So, you know, this is how she figured she would do it. And, you know, as they graduated, as they became pro heroes and everything, they actually ended up getting a nicer place, and they decided to stay living together, because by this point they had lived together for 2.5 years, and they were just kind of used to it, and they're like, well, we're still not like well-known pro heroes, so if we can still help each other out on the rent and, you know, cut down on living expenses until we really make it, that it's not necessarily going to be a bad thing. And, you know, so they moved in together and changed places.
So
and,
just like,
you know.
Misty be like, the power of dad ass persuaded me.
The power of All Might's ass compels ye. And by this point, Toshinari has fully admitted that he does have a crush on Misty and is unsure of what to do in future endeavors and life decisions, and tries to ask her out, to which she says, surprisingly, no, at first. And the reason that she gives is because of the press and the media and how much she hates them, and the fact that he is always around them. She's like, I don't need that in my life. And he's like, well, you know, I can handle the press and the media and da-da-da. And she still says no. Well, he's trying, because she hasn't straight out said, no, I don't like you like that. He continues to try and persuade her by doing little things for like the next week around the apartment. He noticed that her favorite snack was out, so he took it upon himself to go and buy her some more. He noticed that, you know, her favorite shampoo was gone, so he got her some more of that. He made dinner a couple of nights. Which she never allowed him to make dinner again because he almost burned down the apartment.
And that still persists to this day.
Yes.
Sapphire has also received the cooking ban until she has proven her worth.
Yeah. He also got her what they normally are. They have like one day off a week that they're both off, like, so, and they normally like hang out that day, so because they are, you know, close friends at this point. So normally they watch a movie, and this time he let her pick it for this week instead of him. Like, she normally lets him pick the movie because she normally just doesn't care. And he continues to do, you know, small stuff like this and to try and, you know, persuade her. And finally, at the end of the week, they're going to Mike's radio show, where Mike is planning on proposing to Aurora, and he's using their band to do so, and they all agreed to help him. And finally, on the drive home, he's like, okay, you know, I'm gonna ask again. And she finally tells him, look, the reason why is because I don't want to tarnish your image. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And she goes, I was a villain. I was sent to kill you. First of all, how can you trust me again? Second of all, what are you going to do if the press finds out? You know, her past had been completely
I was a villain
taken away.
sent to kill All Might. Him. You want to go out for dinner sometime? Her. This isn't happening.
Yeah, there's a reason that this is a running joke. And she's like, well, what's gonna happen, because he had not fully become the symbol of peace, but he was on his way. He was at the time the #1 hero, but he wasn't
Bless my
considered the symbol
soul,
of peace
he
yet.
was on a roll.
Bless my soul, Herc was on a roll. Anyway. And so she didn't want to stand in the way of, his dream or anything. And he basically told her, look, we'll keep it out of the press. It's not needed to be known or anything like that. And so they agreed to go on a few dates to see where it goes. At this point, she was also going on a few dates with Aizawa, but because, and before you're like, oh, she's a slut, da-da-da, there was nothing official in any way, shape, or form. All parties were fully aware of what was going on, and adults can go on dates without actually be dating, so get the fuck off my back.
The one time I would chastise this is if she would be, and I'm not saying Misty was doing this before anyone says she was. She definitely was not. I'm just giving an example of when I would say, yeah, no, then I wouldn't call her a slut depending on what's going on. I would call her more of a bitch. Is if she's just playing both guys for money.
Yeah, Misty had her own money. She didn't need to.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, but she wasn't. Like, all parties were very much aware of what was going on. They were all very transparent. All parties were allowed to go on dates with whomever they wanted, But should one person want to make things official, then a choice would have to be made at that time. These were rules that all three agreed to, and, all three were free to go on dates with whomever they wanted, and didn't even have to be, like, Aizawa could go on a date with, I don't know, Aurora if he wanted to. He wouldn't, but it was the first person that popped into my mind. All Might could... Toshinari could go on a date with the cute cashier from Line 7 at the fucking convenience store down the street if he wanted to. It didn't fucking matter.
I'm just imagining Aizawa sitting there at, like, a nice restaurant with Aurora, and he just kind of, like, he's rubbing his pant, like, he's like, yeah, well, this is awkward as shit.
Yeah, if it was like a date scenario, yeah, it would be. If they were just, going out to dinner, because not so much a date scenario, he'd be like, well, this is weird.
I swallowed my spit wrong. It wasn't Rona, I swear.
No Rona. And so, yeah, Misty and Aizawa end up going on this super secret stealth mission to Shanghai. And when they get back, their mission was actually delayed by several weeks. And when they do finally return, Misty, Toshinari goes to pick them up from the airport. And Misty runs straight into, Toshinari's arms, tells him that she picks him and that she just wants to go home. But before leaving, Misty had hair that went down to the back of her knee. She was in perfect condition, perfect health and everything. Upon returning, when Toshinari finally gets the chance to take a look at her after I don't want to say tackle hugged him, because she couldn't at all knock him down, because again, she's 5 feet tall and he's like 7'3", 7'2", whatever.
That's the guy?
Hmm?
We settled this in the beginning of the video.
I know. I can't remember off the top of my head.
7'5".
Okay, so fine. Okay, he's 7'5", and she is 5 feet tall.
If y'all can't tell, I'm sort of an All Might fan.
Yeah. She, so he, sits her down, finally gets to look at her. Her hair is now, just past her shoulders. She has a cut on her face, and her wrist is in a brace, and he's like, what the hell happened? And she goes, I'll tell you as much as I can when we get home. No, I never tell my audience what actually happened. No, I'm not going to say it here, because it is part of a running joke. For those of you who have seen the first Avengers movie, if you guys remember, Natasha looks at Clint and goes, "This reminds me of oh shit, where was it? Now I'm forgetting. It's like wherever all over again." And he goes, "You and I remember that very differently." This is later on becomes a joke between her and Aizawa, where she's like, "Huh, this is like Shanghai all over again" during the USJ when they're fighting together. And he goes, "You and I remember Shanghai very differently."
And
this is one of many
I would
jokes.
like to address one thing that I did post part of my fanfic anonymously on a forum. Why did I do this instead of telling you guys? Well, my fanfics aren't dark.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
90% of the time they are more fun romps around the universe with a lovable character cast. I find that for me it's easier to write that way because I don't think it necessary to add more just darkness and hatred and edgelord bullshit in.
And if you haven't noticed, our little Sapphire here doesn't have a dark bone in her body.
Not only that, if I make an evil character, unless I literally ask Sarge or Hitsugaya for help, they are comically evil. What I mean is, I can write an asshole-ish character, but I can never really give them a good reason for doing so.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, for RP characters and whatever, that's fine, because they don't really need a reason. But when you're talking about, like, oh, I'm going to make a fleshed out villain, the two I have told to Sergeant Hitsugaya, which have both been laughed at because of, again, Sarge literally was like, this is literally like, I'm evil because I'm evil. I'm not good at writing these type of characters, and I'm definitely not good about writing one. Like, everyone says that my heroes aren't complex, but I like to beg to differ because from what I've seen,
more complex than some people from the loser squad.
Well, not only that, but complexity tends to get like thrown around interchangeably with not everything was sunshine, rainbows, and marshmallows in their past.
Mm-hmm.
In like, yeah, is it sort of unrealistic that Sapphire is able to keep such high spirits despite bad shit happening? Maybe in the beginning, but like after she finds her family and they want her, like, yeah, it wouldn't be like instant, and it wasn't in my fanfic, but there would be that sense of like, that sense of loneliness would kind of be gone whether you want it to or not.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't, like, one, I cannot see this girl. She's in the school of her dreams. She literally found out that her two favorite heroes are her parents. I can't see her not cracking a smile.
Yeah.
But it gets... It's kind of funny because I'm not much of, like... I don't mind reading some dark stuff, but, like, the dark stuff I normally read isn't anything compared to what, you know, you guys would. Like, everyone keeps wanting me to do an anime review of Berserk. You guys wouldn't like that, because I wouldn't really be giving an anime review. I would just say, sorry guys, it's not my cup of tea. Anyway, I do terribly apologize.
It's okay.
Anyway,
that's pretty much what I have, because everything else is pretty much covered. You know,
I was about to say covered.
Everything else is covered with Sapphire's backstory.
So, this has been the longest Tuilpa talk I've ever made.
Yeah.
Come back next week when we try to break the moon.